giant here to say, let's go have some giant fun today. Roller coasters, laughs and cheer, we're so glad that you are here. From Magic Kingdom thrills so high to fireworks lighting up the sky, figment dreams and colors bright, Dole Whip joy in every bite. Glows with lights so bright, loves parades that sparkle in the night. Tokyo Disney bests you'll see. That says that's the park for me. Ice cream's part of every night. Magic makes the world feel right. Food here doesn't count at all. Eat, and have a ball. From every place, waves and smiles on every face. He ends each stream with one more cheer. Get out there and make it a giant day of fun, so clear. Theme park friends from every place, waves and smiles on every face. He ends each stream with one more cheer. Get out there and make it a giant day of fun. From ride to ride, the fun won't end. That's the giant park best friend. He waves and says when day is done, have a giant day of fun. Mansions is number one. People mover, slow and fun. Haunted Mansions is number one. People mover, slow and fun. Wave and smile, the stream's begun. Ride the coasters, laugh and run. Giant days for everyone. Get out there and make it a giant day of fun. I'm Ted, the theme park giant, saying get out there and make it a giant day of fun. Get out there and make it a giant day of fun. Get out there and make it a giant day of fun.
Hey there, giant fans of fun. It's Fab, the theme park giant, and today we're switching it up a little bit. We're streaming over here from the Universal Orlando Resort. Just making our way into CityWalk here. Apologize for the delay this morning. Had just about everything that could go wrong did go wrong today, but hey, we're still gonna have a giant day of fun over here. Might be some questionable weather in the area today. Already had some rain on the drive up here. Looks like we had some rain at the park already. And I think we're gonna have some periodic showers throughout the day. So we came prepared. I do have an umbrella. And I mean, Universal has a lot of indoor areas anyway, so we'll make do if that does happen. But yeah, welcome in everybody. Hope you're all having a great Tuesday morning. Hope everything looks and sounds okay. Was having some issues. My camera did not want to connect to my phone today. So that was part of the issue this morning. We're going to take a walk here through the brand new, well, fairly new Nintendo store over here on CityWalk. We'll just work our way through CityWalk and into the parks here. I think we're going to start CityWalk. We'll start with the Studios Park, and then we'll end up over at Islands of Adventure. But obviously, they've got a ton of Nintendo merch they're selling with the opening of Epic Universe. I do love the Donkey Kong plushie in the barrel. So yeah, they opened up a new store over here probably a couple months ago now. I like this Yoshi jacket. I would never ever wear it, but I do like it. A lot of Yoshi merch. A lot of Donkey Kong Country, since I do have the Minecart Madness roller coaster over there. It started my Hollywood Studio stream? Oh no. Moblin pulled in the wrong ID? Let me look here. Fun today, folks. Literally nothing going right for me at the moment. But hey, it's all part of the fun, right? 1 second while I try and sort this out. It's probably too late now, but since we're already rolling. It did start that one. Oh no. Huh. Well, we're gonna roll with it. Unfortunately, there's not much I'm gonna be able to do now. So, well, everyone, we are not at Hollywood Studios today. We are at Universal Orlando Resort. Of course, got all the hats here. I love the Bomb hat, seeing people walking around with those. The Donkey Kong one's pretty good too. I don't know how people walk around the parks with these in the heat. And then, of course, I do love the Boo headband thing. They're totally not ripping off the ears. We got some Mario plushies. What is this? Oh, it's a puppet. Of course, got Mario shirts. And then the very popular Japanese merch that they did bring over from the Osaka park. You got the Boo with the hat. I know there's a chain chomp somewhere as well. There it is. You got the chain chomp, which I believe in Japanese that says bark. And of course we have a blooper as well. A lot of good merch if you're into the Mario world. Got a chain chomp, little plushie, a blooper. Got the Super Nintendo World, which is the name of the portal over there. Sign. Just a lot of good merch, I'll be honest. I do like it. And of course, if you're over at Epic, they have like 2 massive Mario stores, one just outside of the Mario portal, and then one inside the Super Mario World portal. Got some Simpsons stuff over here, some Minions, and this is more Harry Potter back here. I've never actually walked back here. I didn't realize there was more to the store, and then they do sell butterbeer in here. Yeah, oh yeah, it's always very good. So if you're looking for a butterbeer fix here on CityWalk, this is where you can get it. You don't have to go into the actual parks anymore. What we got here? So this is a Time Turner popcorn bucket. If you know, this is actually the portal logo for the Ministry of Magic area over at Epic Universe. So does this must, oh, okay, so this dumps out into the main store. Okay. Did not realize it's all connected. We'll check out the chat here. Oh, we got some more interesting stuff. We have a butterbeer. What is that, like a bank? Just a butterbeer wagon you can display if you love your butterbeer. All the butterbeer merch. That's funny. They have made a lot of money on butterbeer for the last 15 years over here. Served hot and cold. Enjoy butterbeer. A sign, a flannel, a t-shirt, got a hoodie here. So yeah, come get your butterbeer fix. And more of the Mario. You got the Mario Kart themed things. Bullet Bill Speed Trial, Bowser Oil, no shells, banana peel, warning sign. Mario Kart since '92. Oh man, that makes me feel so old. I remember when the original Super Mario Kart came out on Super Nintendo. I used to rent a Super Nintendo at the video store just so I could play it. It's a pretty cool lounge fly there. Just got the star hanging off here. I'm always curious. That's $75 for that. But all the original Super Mario Brothers stuff. You got the coins, the box, question mark box, fire flower 1-up mushroom, and of course just the normal mushroom that makes you Big Mario. And I like this 8-bit shirt here, since I am old school. Original NES, Nintendo Entertainment System kind of guy. I do love the original Super Mario Brothers. And I like this Player 1 and Player 2 shirt they do. Kind of like Thing 1 and Thing 2, all that. And of course, if you know about Epic, they do have all the interactive stuff within the Super Nintendo World portal. So if you buy these power bands, wear them on your wrist, you can go around and actually do things. So you hit the question mark boxes, you get points. You can play these little interactive games to get points. So yeah, every time you go back, it keeps all your points in the app for you, so you can have that continuation. I've only messed with it just a little bit in my trips over there. I still need to do more. That's the thing about Epic. I've been there 4 times and I just feel like I've barely scratched the surface on things. More of the headbands. Mario, Luigi, DK and Diddy Kong here. Got the Bob-ombs. These are all $30. And of course, you got Yoshi. I thought there were 2 Yoshis, but it's just they're stacked up there. And of course, plushies for just about every character from the Mario world. Got the piranha plants. I love how they have the piranha plants all over the portal there. All right. One of Bowser's kids. And the headwear is $42 for these. I think the Bowser plushies are super cute, even though he is like the big bad villain in the Mario Kingdom, the Mushroom Kingdom. I think those are adorable. So we got a Luigi puppet, just like the Mario one we saw earlier. Puppets are $35. All right, let's start making our way towards the parks here. We don't want to shop all day, right? And just so everyone does know, Universal is a little different than Disney with allowing video on rides and things. They don't allow it on most things. So when we're over here, it is just kind of a lot of hanging out, walking around, showing the parks off. But there are some things we're able to ride, so whenever we're able to, we'll take advantage of that. Yep, they're pretty strict over here. A lot of their big roller coasters, you actually go through metal detectors. They are serious about not allowing metal on their coasters. Some of them, at least. Incredible Hulk, Rip Ride Rocket, VelociCoaster, and Hagrid doesn't do it, but you have to get a locker for it. And we're just making our way through CityWalk here on the way to Universal Studios, the original Universal Studios park here in Orlando. Used to come here in the 90s all the time with my family. Admittedly, I do much prefer the old version of this park to what the current state of it. I've probably come to this park the least out of all the major parks in the area, except for Halloween time. I do love Halloween Horror Nights over here, so. And we're just about getting into that time of the year, only about a month and a half away. HHN starts August 29th this year. They just released a lot of the info finally and started releasing some of the tickets. Well, all the tickets now. They'd only released a few things previously, and then it all rolled out the other day. So I need to figure out which ticket I'm gonna buy. I typically buy the one where you can come there's 30 different days. I don't need to come on the weekends usually, they're so busy. So I usually like to get the one where you can come Wednesday, Thursday, and Sunday. And that gives me plenty of time to come over, hit up all the houses, hang out. Because I do love HHN. A much different Halloween event than Mickey's Not So Scary Halloween party over at the Magic Kingdom. Oh, we got a lot of work going on over here. We're gonna have to go check this out. Already got my coaster nerd antenna up. So if you don't know, and I apologize, I'll say hi to the chat here right after this. So this ride right here, Rip Ride Rocket, is being torn down in August. I can't remember the exact date, but I find it to be the roughest coaster by far in the Orlando area. I do not like it. I don't ride it. I'm likely not going to ride it ever again. I promised myself that many months ago. But as you can see, we've got construction walls. Over here, we've got heavy machinery already digging and moving dirt over here. So just if you ever wanted to see the difference between how Disney and Universal do construction, look at how long Cars Land and Villains Land is going to take, and then Rip Ride Rocket is still operational, and Universal is already working on the new ride that's going to replace it. They're working around the existing coaster. So when Universal decides they're going to build something, they move quick. All right, we'll get to the chat here. Sorry for taking so long, everybody. And I can only see the chat from when I jumped on here. And we got a boat going through here from the Portofino Resort coming into the CityWalk dock. But I know I saw Manny and Candy was in here. Good morning, Manny. Super early for you. Great to see you in here. Appreciate you being here, sir. I saw Cruise and Theme Park Guide Sierra. Good morning, Sierra. Thanks as always for being in here. Good to see you again. Sierra's a friend of the channel. Make sure you check out Cruise and Theme Park Guide. I've got a link to her channel in the description to this stream. So Sierra also likes to come over here to Universal once in a while. All right, Eric Bergeron, good morning. Good morning, Eric. Welcome in, great to see you. Hope you're ready for a giant day of fun over here at Universal Studios. Well, the Universal Orlando Resort. We'll be hitting both the Studios Park and Islands of Adventure. Mike Beachman, hey, good morning, Mike. Mike says good morning, TPG and everyone. Good morning, Mike. Hope you're doing well, sir. As always, thanks for being in here. Welcome in, welcome back. Always great to have you in here, Mike. With the weather today, we've got it's pretty foggy here today. I mean, this is mist coming from the globe, but there was fog when I was driving up on I-4. When I drove by Volcano Bay, I couldn't even see the top of the volcano. Volcano Bay is the water park over here at Universal, and they have a massive, probably almost 200 foot tall volcano as their icon, and could not even see the top of it this morning. As you can see, the very rare not blue sky morning here in Orlando. Usually we have the perfect blue sky with the sun and the poofy clouds, and it is gray and kind of blah here, but it's like 78 degrees, so I'm not complaining. Not complaining at all. Of course, here we have the iconic Universal Globe out here, just outside of the Universal Studios entrance. Very popular picture spot for people. Yeah, good morning, Mike. Thanks for being here. Lily's Life, Dad. Hey, Ken. Saw your text. Ken wished me luck this morning with the weather today. It's going to be kind of a weird one over here in Orlando, so probably a good day to come to Universal since you don't ride a ton here anyway, so the weather's not really going to affect us. Hopefully. Now we'll have like the craziest storm ever roll through or something after I just jinxed myself. Yeah, Lily's Life Dad, good morning everyone. Should be crazy weather today at the parks. Oh, there you go. Thanks for being here, Ken. Good to see you. And of course, Lily's Life is another friend of the channel. Lily and her parents are locals. They head out to the parks on the weekends. They like to vlog and do streams. But check out Lily's Life with her parents, Ken and Jen. Another link to their channel in the description here. Colin Cropley. Hey, good morning, Colin. This is new place. We're checking out Universal Studios today. Apparently, it started up the wrong stream for some reason. So, apologize on the confusion there. For anyone thinking we're at Hollywood Studios today, I'm sorry, we are not. That'll be tomorrow. So Universal's been using these facial recognition machines at their entrance the last few months. And they also do it over at Epic. Thank you. All right, we're in. And the facial recognition works pretty well from what I've seen. Over at Epic Universe, Universal's brand new theme park that opened at the end of May. They use facial recognition for the lockers. And they give free lockers at almost every ride over there. Or if they don't have lockers, you can actually take your bag on quite a few rides over there, but they do provide free lockers, and they're the big ones. Not like over here at Universal and Islands where the free ones are smaller, but they do it all with facial recognition. So you get your locker by taking a picture, and then you walk up to it, looks at you, and pops your locker right open. Only had one issue with it in the 4 times I've been over there, but the team members took care of it. We got a band. Never been over here to Universal. If you go straight when you come in here, you come into the Minions Land. Off to the left here, we do have the Despicable Me Minion Mayhem, which is a simulator ride. If you're familiar at all with the past at Universal, this used to be like the Hanna-Barbera attraction originally, and then they switched it over to Jimmy Neutron, and then a few years ago, with the popularity of Despicable Me, they put the Minions in there. And as you can see, 55-minute wait for that one right now. We have, just in case we didn't catch this, we have the Minions Land sign here. We got the Minions crawling all over it. Of course, getting into trouble, as you would expect. And over here we do have this is the newer Wicked store that opened a few months ago after the movie. That has done very well for them, I believe. Every time I'm over here, it seems pretty busy. And then One of the newer attractions over here at the Universal Orlando Resort is Illumination's Villain Con Minion Blast. So right now it is a 5-minute wait. We'll probably check this one out later. We can actually stream this one. So that ride, you actually stand on a conveyor belt and you get a gun, and the conveyor belt moves you through the attraction. And then each room you go into has giant screens, and you're basically just playing a huge video game. It's fun. You know, a lot of people were really disappointed when it opened, thinking it'd be some like e-ticket headliner attraction, but I think it's exactly, I mean, I know some park execs over here, and they're like, it's exactly what we wanted it to be. It's a ride everyone can do, because that is an issue over here at Universal. They don't have a ton of like rides for younger or shorter people. Most things here are pretty thrilling. You know, you have a lot of big roller coasters. Even the things like Spider-Man and Transformers are a little more thrilling for like a dark ride than what you'll get at Disney. So I always advise people, I would not come here until your kids are old enough to really enjoy everything. Because if they're not thrill seekers or they're not tall enough for everything, it can be a tough park. So I just always try to be honest with people. While I do love Universal and Islands of Adventure, they are not great for like families with younger, less thrill-seeking people. It's definitely a different demographic over here than what you get at Disney World. Yeah. Mike Beachman says, picture and sound, thumbs up. Thanks for that, Mike. Sierra says, you started the Hollywood Studio stream today. Yeah, I don't know how that happened. I even verified I had the right video ID in Moblin, so very strange. I'll stand here and watch Rip Ride Rocket here for a minute. And we'll catch up on chat here. Ryan Wesley, hey, good morning, Ryan. Good to see you, man. Theme Park Giant coming to you live. We're at the Universal Orlando Resort. What better than a giant globe in the distance? A giant theme park giant, showing us all what up and down. Thanks for being here, Ryan. Got our first soliloquy of the day. Usually we get those from, Fast Pass or Randy. Nice to see Ryan Wesley coming in with one early. As always, great to see you in here, Ryan. So you can see the completely vertical lift hill on Rip Ride Rocket, followed by the almost vertical drop. And then they say this is not an inversion. I don't understand how, but they say it's not an actual loop, but I don't know how you go from the inside of the loop to the outside of the loop and not invert. So they need to explain that one to me. But they've always said that's not an actual inversion. And Michael Walsh. Hey, Michael. Morning, Thad and Thad Enthusiast. Good morning, Michael. Thanks for being here, sir. Always good to have you in the chat. Switching things up here. Every couple weeks, I like to go hit up a different park rather than the Disney parks here in Orlando and just spice things up a little bit. I like different parks. Do I love Disney World? Absolutely. It's my favorite place on earth, but going to the same 4 parks all the time, I'd lose my mind. As much as I do love them. Lily's Life Dad Ken says, Hollywood Studios, Universal Studios, it doesn't matter. Will still be a giant day of fun. Make sure to smash that like button, subscribe, and share out the stream. Thanks, Ken. Appreciate that. Ryan Wesley says, like and subscribe for a great adventure around the world. What makes us all happy, the likes and joys, the bumping of tables to knock down our streams. Hey, Scoot is not here, so we're safe on that, Scoot is like a bull in a china shop when you get some cameras on a table. we go, another train dropping. And like I said, this thing is rough, almost unbearably rough to the point I don't ride it anymore. I will say in the back half here, there are some intense G's. It's a very, very tight helix. And sometimes I'll gray out a little bit on it. And there can be some absolutely insane airtime as well on that thing, but still not worth it to me. I rode it last summer with a friend and we both looked at each other, and he's a big coaster guy too, and he's like, we both said at the same time, I don't think I'm ever gonna ride that again. I've ridden it one more time when I had some friends in town who were like, oh no, we love it. So I went with them. Because I'm just such a gracious host, you know, like that. And then all this area over here was added in, oh geez, probably 2 or 3 years ago, I want to say. I think it was right around when I moved here. They've got the Bake My Day, a little bakery. Got the Freeze Ray Pops, the Minions Cafe down here at the end. They have gone all in on the Minions. Maybe we never actually walked in the bakery. Maybe we can walk in there and show off some of the treats they've got. I wonder if the air conditioning's on. With this cute little Minion cupcakes plushie. Yours forever, Fluffy. Got some marshmallow treats here. Got some pre-packaged goodies. And then they also have some of the in-house things they made. And there she is with her fluffy little plushie. $30 for that. Is this a backpack? That's pretty cute. Wear that around. And of course, now I'm ruining the setup of everything here. We've got a Minion cupcake purse here. That's kind of cute. If you're really into the Minions, this is the place. We've got some slippers. So they're all in on Fluffy over here. Even has sweet and fluffy cotton candy. Got a cotton candy mustache on one of the Minions. Got some bubble gum. His bubble exploded. More of the pre-packaged stuff here. Some just rock candy. More different Minion plushies, backpacks. They have really leaned into the Minions the last few years. I can only imagine. We got Pez dispensers. Disney's been doing the Pez dispensers too lately. I think I'm gonna get the Figment one. I just can't resist. I don't even care about Pez, but Figment, it's only like $4.99, so it's a nice cheap souvenir. And we're just looking here at some of the homemade things. We got some mini whoopie pies. Thought those were more like macarons. Banana cream Swiss roll, that looks pretty good. Banana cream pop, of course everything's banana. PB&J cake pop, chocolate banana. We got all these cupcakes down here. Cookies and fudge. Hi. All right. And they have a We got the banana cake roll. Huh. I'm a sucker for banana flavored desserts, so that banana like Swiss cake roll thing looked really good. I have tried the banana popcorn they have up here, and that was not the best. They were giving that out at, I was here for an Orlando Informer event one time, where it's basically like a private party. They essentially shut the two parks down like 7 o'clock, and only Orlando Informer event people are allowed in. All the rides are open, and like pretty much all the restaurants and food stands are open, and everything's free. Well, free. I mean, it's with your ticket. And so it's a really good way to come over and check out a lot of different things, because I don't eat over here very often, so it was an awesome way for me to try things so I could at least, when people ask, have some kind of idea. Yeah, those Orlando Informer events are amazing. And hopefully someday Epic Universe starts to have those, because I will definitely be over there for that. So here's the Pop-A-Nana stand. This is where the banana flavored popcorn is I was just talking about. Kind of a weird flavor. All right, back to the chat here. As we walk around and just kind of show the park off. And you know me, I can talk about anything, so I'll blab about the rides and everything all day. Cruise and Theme Park Guide Sierra says, I'm excited you're at Universal. Yeah, me too, Sierra. Definitely gonna get my ET ride today. Sierra was over here a few weeks ago, and it planted the seed I wanted to get back over here. I haven't been on ET forever, and it's just the most adorable ride. And you can actually stream that one here, so. Manny and Canny, good morning, Manny. How's the giant guy doing? Hey, I'm doing great, man. Had a rough morning getting over here and some tech issues, but hey, we're rolling now. Nice, cool weather this morning. Maybe not the prettiest day ever in Orlando, but I think most locals are okay with a day like this instead of the unbearable sun we get most days in July. So I will gladly take a cloud-covered day every once in a while. Let's see. And then to the New York area here. So this big building here with the illumination stuff on it is actually the Transformers ride show building. Just down that walkway. We'll see that all later. The giant bumblebee Transformer character outside. And it looks like the Central Park area over here is getting some work done. Got the construction walls up. Probably getting something ready over here for HHN. This is a big area over here for them. One of the scare zones is back here, and then this is kind of the stay and scream holding area. We'll talk more about HHN as the day goes on. Let's see. Yeah, welcome in, Manny. Great to have you in here. Super early out there in California, so appreciate you being here. Manny says, tomorrow's header can be live from Universal Studios Orlando. Yeah, we're gonna have to figure out what happened today. Thought I had everything set up right. And Maria is here. Hey, hey, good morning. Good morning, Maria. Welcome back. Welcome in. Always great to see you. Hope you're having a great Tuesday. I know Maria's work day always goes a lot better when there's some theme park streams going on, so glad we can help out. Maria says, I've never been to this park before. Very excited. Yeah, Universal's cool. I prefer Islands of Adventure by quite a bit. Islands is one of my favorite parks in the area, no doubt. VelociCoaster, love it. Spider-Man, love it. Maria says, Minions, I love Despicable Me. Great series of movie. They are really cute, aren't they? I think I've only watched maybe the first 2 Despicable Me's, and then I fell off after that, but I always liked them. Manny says, I have 2 stuffed Minions on my dashboard in my car. Oh, well then, you probably really enjoyed walking through Minions Land there, Manny. So here we've got, back here in the New York section, you get the NBC Studios store. Over here, right now they're selling a lot of Saturday Night Live stuff since it's the 50th anniversary this year. And then we do have the Tonight Show starring Jimmy Fallon. And this is an actual ride, Race Through New York, starring Jimmy Fallon. I personally think this is one of the worst attractions in the area. And I don't like Jimmy Fallon, so yeah, I'm a Conan O'Brien guy. Always will be. So I hold a lot of contempt for Jimmy Fallon. If you're a fan, that's great. I'm not. Maria says, yeah, not as many rides for a scaredy cat like me. I always wonder if I would waste my money. Yeah, I don't know, Maria. There's probably enough things at this park that you could do. I just don't know if it's worth the money sometimes if you're not into thrill rides. Because like even the Harry Potter stuff, because I always feel bad for kids that are into Harry Potter. They're all thrill rides except for the train. And Jurassic World 4, Tyler's here. Good morning, Tyler. But apparently sometimes they allow you to stream the Jimmy Fallon ride, so maybe we'll try it later. I know Sierra got warned that they might shut the ride down if she streamed it. So she ended up just leaving. Just to not cause any issues. So I don't know. I'll talk to a team member later. So here's the back half of Rip Ride Rocket that I was talking about. This firehouse here, this used to be the Ghostbusters. There used to be a Ghostbusters show in this area. And then it turned into Twister, the movie Twister. There was a show. And then they kind of gutted it out. Now you've got the Jimmy Fallon simulator ride in there. And then they use the firehouse for the roller coaster. And I think that's why a lot of people wonder if they're going to do some sort of Ghostbusters related roller coaster for the next attraction over here. Plus Ghostbusters has kind of made a comeback here recently, so I'd love it. I love Ghostbusters. Maria says, didn't you say Rip Ride Rocket is a bad ride? Yes, I did. I think it's the roughest roller coaster easily in Florida. One of the roughest. For like a big time, like big park, big installation, this is probably one of the biggest disappointments like anywhere in the last 20 years. This thing has just never lived up to the hype. It had a ton of issues when it first opened. The trains were kind of designed poorly. And it's just, yeah, that's part of the reason it's rough. But yep, not my favorite ride, not even close. So this area over here, during Christmas, they'll put the giant Macy's Day tree out right over here. This is they do the Macy's Day Parade. They actually get the balloons from the Macy's Day Parade. The big balloons, they have all the handlers. It is really cool. I came over last year for the first time and checked it out. Glad I did. If you're interested, I did make a video. So on my channel, if you do look for the Macy's Day Parade, you can see it is really, really awesome. because I'm never going to go to New York for like the Thanksgiving or Christmas Day parade. I mean, never say never. Maybe I'll be there sometime and it'll work out, but I don't have any plans. Maria says, is blacking out normal? LOL, after 4 times back-to-back on Batman in Six Flags, Texas, I did. I wouldn't say it's normal, but if you ride an intense coaster over and over and over, I guess it's possible. And Batman, those Batman rides, they don't look like much, but they are intense, and they are awesome. I love Batman and all the clones. Probably one of the most cloned roller coasters out there. Almost every Six Flags has their version of the Batman inverted coaster. Yeah, everybody chatting back and forth. Great to see. Maria says, doing good, just starting work. Tyler, I'm doing great, Manny. I'm going to the movies today to see Jurassic World 7 Rebirth. Oh, Tyler, I bet you're very excited. You've been counting down the days for a long time. I know you did your movie marathon and everything, so you're ready. Enjoy your movie today, Tyler. Maria says, how are the cast members here? So they call them team members here, just one point of order, so I will always call them team members. But I think the team members are great over here. They've made some big strides the last few years because basically how it was explained to me by my friends in the know here at the Universal Orlando Resort, they knew Epic was coming and they knew they wanted it to be, you know, the ultimate top theme park experience between the attractions, just the way the team members are. So they've been working on improving things at these other 2 parks as the years have gone on. And like Epic is just crazy good. But they knew once Epic opened, these other 2 parks would be looked at and compared to. So they've been slowly improving things over here, but a lot of cast members have come over and started to work at Universal over the years. They've raided Imagineering the last few years as well. But I think the team members are great over here. So 10 years ago, I may have said a little different answer, but they've really improved their customer service. And so over here, we've been staring at the Revenge of the Mummy ride building. So this is an indoor launched roller coaster themed to the Mummy movies. It's kind of a weird story. Like, it's actually supposed to be like you're at basically like a backstage tour, or like being on set of the movies. Because throughout the line, they're interviewing Brendan Fraser and everybody, and you know, it's a hot set and all this. And then during the ride, the Mummy comes back. So you basically get taunted by the Mummy the entire time. But this is a super fun indoor coaster. Not super duper crazy thrilling, but a little more thrilling than a lot of Disney rides. I love Mummy. Got some really cool parts. Like the first part of the ride is actually more like a dark ride. Kind of slowly go through the Mummy tomb and all that while he comes back to life and is bringing back a lot of his like Mummy warriors to help him. Here we got a little show going on here. We'll go check it out. Now we'll come back and walk through the streets of New York here. And Universal's always been very good about having these little pop-up shows like this throughout their parks. Almost kind of like a little bit of like a West Side Story feel with some of their outfits. We'll head back here and walk down some of these side streets. Finnegan's Bar and Grill over here, very popular hangout. Irish Bar and Grill, very popular during HHN, because this is usually a holding area for the Stay and Scream. You can come early. If you're an annual pass holder, you can do it, or if you buy the Stay and Scream ticket, which is like $55, you get to come in. They basically open the event, I think is it 5 or 5:30? I think it's 5:30. But you have to be in here at 5 because the park usually closes at 5 on HHN days. But you get an hour before the rest of the people who have to wait outside the park. You get an hour to check out. They open up like usually 4 houses ahead of time. So you can usually knock out like 3 or maybe all 4 of those before the rest of the people get in here. And usually the early entry houses are the most popular, so you can get out ahead of everybody. It's a huge advantage. So if you're an annual pass holder, definitely take advantage of it. And I actually do think it's worth the $55 if you're coming. Unless you have Express, then Express Pass, you'll be fine. And here's Transformers. And let's see, Maria says, oh, they have Transformers. That's right, very cool. Yep, they've got Transformers here. Basically the same ride system. Well, it is the same ride system as Spider-Man over at Islands of Adventure, which I much prefer Spider-Man to this one. I just think Transformers is super loud. The story is just kind of crazy, but I loved Transformers as a kid, but I'm not... The movie franchise never did much for me as an adult. I watched the first one in the theater. I went with some friends, and I wanted to leave about 45 minutes into it, and they made me stay. So I've never watched another one. Jurassic World, Tyler says, I went to DreamWorks Land once at Universal Orlando, theme park giant. Awesome, Tyler. We'll be walking through there here a little later. It's just over in that direction. And that's over by where ET is. You've got the Troller Coaster. Got Shrek's house. There's a show over there. Maybe we'll watch the show today. I've never watched it. Maria says, I was looking forward to this park day. Thanks for streaming. Absolutely, Maria. I always like to keep it fresh, hang out at some different parks here in the area. I know most people love Disney, but there's a great, big, beautiful world of theme parks out there, right? Even for scaredy cats. And Tyler says, can't wait for Epic Universe in 3 months. Oh, I'm excited for you, Tyler. I love Epic Universe. Been fortunate enough to visit 4 times now. Not sure when my next visit will be, though. because it's very expensive to go there. They're not on the annual pass at the moment. So every time you want to go to Epic, you gotta pay. We've got some more little back streets here. I don't think Universal gets as much credit for Disney for their theming, but I think it's right on par. And they've got all these cool little areas back here. You just kind of walk back here, get lost, and no one checks it out. That's awesome. You're going to Epic, Tyler. If you have any questions before you go over, let me know. I'm a huge fan of Epic Universe. I think it's going to change the game over here in Orlando, or just the U.S. parks in general, because it's unlike any other American theme park. Definitely more like Europe or Asia, in my opinion, and that's a good thing. Tyler says, did someone say VelociCoaster? Oh yeah, I love VelociCoaster. I was hoping to get over here early today. The park opens at 8 for certain annual pass holders and if you stay here on site at Universal. So I like to come over at 8 sometimes and get some early rides on VelociCoaster because everybody runs to the Hagrid motorbike coaster. You can usually get like 2 or 3 rides on VelociCoaster before 9 o'clock. And then I was not moving very fast this morning, so definitely did not go as expected. So I'll probably go ride it after I'm done streaming because I hate to come to Universal and not ride VelociCoaster. It's currently my 3rd favorite coaster of all time. It was number 2 for a long time, a couple years, and then the new Stardust Racers over at Epic took my 2nd spot now. They're blasting that music. Whew. That's one thing about Universal. I feel like everything's louder over here. Everything's so much louder. So they do a nighttime like fountain show out here, so you'll see all the fountains. And off in the distance, we've got the Men in Black attraction back there in the World Expo area. You've got the Simpsons attraction with Springfield. Over here, we'll be getting back to Diagon Alley soon. One of the Harry Potter areas at the Universal Parks. Maria says, I was going to say Jimmy Fallon. LOL, that's so random. Yeah, very random ride. Very strange ride, I think. And I've already voiced my opinion on Jimmy Fallon. I'm not the biggest fan. I think it's a generational thing. I don't know. Manny says, sorry, I prefer Jimmy Fallon. Oh, Manny. More than Conan? That's all right. Different strokes, as they say, right? I will die for Conan. He's probably, if I had to say there's 2 comedians that have shaped me as a human being more than anybody, it would be Conan O'Brien and Norm Macdonald. And they were always so great together, so I love Conan. Maria says, oh dang, I thought Harry Potter would be mild. Yeah, they're not. They're pretty intense rides. Outside of like the Hippogriff coaster, which is just like a family coaster, even the castle ride, Forbidden Journey, is pretty intimidating for a lot of younger people. That's a pretty crazy dark ride. Hagrid's, I mean, it's a big boy coaster. So yeah, and then like the Gringotts Bank ride over here, I think is a little more intense than some people would think it would be. Yeah. Christopher Liddell, hey Christopher, good morning, man. Good to see you. Arrived just in time for the Fallon hate and Conan love. Yeah, that's right. I know I gotta watch my mouth because there's a lot of Fallon fans, but yep, I will just say I would take Conan a million times over. Maria says, shut down the ride for streaming. What? LOL, that's dramatic. Yeah, sometimes. I think Park Bros was telling me one streamer, they stopped Smuggler's Run over at Hollywood Studios recently while they were on it and made them stop filming. So we just get some weird interactions sometimes, you know. You just never know. Park Bros, speaking of Park Bros, hey, TPG and Giant Fans of Fun. Welcome in, Lawrence. Good morning, sir. Hope you're doing well. Welcome in, welcome back. Oh, we need to talk about this attraction back here. We need to talk about this attraction. And Park Bros says, TPG, I'm not sure if you know, but the thumbnail is wrong. Yep, Lawrence, I don't know what happened. My app, Moblin, pulls in your most recent video, and it has the correct video ID, or I thought it did. And then once I fired it up, it pulled in my Hollywood Studios thumbnail for tomorrow instead of today's stream at Universal. So I don't know what happened with that. But we're just rolling with it at this point. So I had enough tech issues this morning. Once it was live, we're rolling. So, yep, sorry for the confusion, everybody, but we're not at Hollywood Studios. So this back here is Fast and Furious Supercharged. As much as I want to say Jimmy Fallon is the worst attraction here, this is the worst attraction here. I don't know what they were thinking with this, but it's basically, if you ever did the old earthquake attraction, you board those same trams, but it's a party bus. It's called like the party bus, and you go through, and it's all like screens and projections, like a simulator on the side, and you get caught up in like a Fast and Furious type situation from the movies where bad guys are chasing you, everything, and it is notoriously bad. Like, people, easily the most disliked ride over here. You go on any Facebook group for Universal and bring up Fast and Furious, people will let you know their opinions. The nice thing, during HHN, they close it down because they use it for a house. So everyone's always like, this is the best time of year when Fast and Furious goes down. And Manian Candy says that Macy's parade looks like a Macy's commercial. Yeah, it is. It is really cool though. Like, it's just one of those things, you know, you grow up watching the Macy's Day Parade over, you know, New York City all the time. And you actually get to see all the balloons come through. It is really cool. And some days if it's windy, you get to see some hijinks. Let's see here. The chat just jumped on me here while I end my Fast and Furious rant. And we're moving into San Francisco. Apparently I don't have a San Francisco overlay. I thought I did. And we've got Richter's Burger. They're not open yet. That restaurant's been there since the park opened. And some cool theming in there. Every once in a while there'll be an earthquake. And actually decent burgers, if I remember correctly. It's been a while, but I think I got one during Orlando Informer. And also a great place to get water because they've got a bunch of freestyle machines in there and the air conditioning in there is awesome. Always a good place to stop for a little break. And we've got all the waterfront theming over here. So if you're not familiar with the history of the Universal Studios Orlando Resort, this area used to be Amityville as well. They had a Jaws ride back here in this corner where all the Diagon Alley stuff has gone. So you'll still see some hints to Jaws back here. And especially right now with Jaws' 50th anniversary, they have a few photo opportunities back here you can check out. Of course, this Jaws is always here. You can pose with it. And like I was saying, they do have these other photo ops over here for the 50th anniversary of Jaws. A pretty incredible movie, especially. I mean, don't they consider that like the first like summer blockbuster? Kind of changed the game. And Maria says, okay, if we base my acceptance of Batman as a ride, smooth and metal, steel, how many rides work for me in this park? If you can do Batman, I don't think there's anything here you couldn't do, honestly, Maria. Because Batman, those are intense. I know, like Rip Ride Rocket's taller, and people get intimidated because you go straight up and almost straight down, but I don't know. It's rough. But you'd be fine on Mummy. Mummy's great. Mummy's basically like Guardians of the Galaxy. You just don't get launched backwards. You don't spin. But it's very similar to Guardians, in my opinion. Yeah, I think you'd be okay, at least at this park. Now, over across the way, at Highlands of Adventure, I think you could do Hulk. Hulk's pretty intense, but so is Batman. I mean, VelociCoaster might be a little too much for a scaredy cat, but I don't know. I would try to get you on it, Maria. But I'm sure getting launched over that top hat on VelociCoaster would be a life-changing experience for you, so. You could definitely do Hagrid's coaster. I think you'd be fine on Forbidden Journey, the castle ride. Some more photo ops for the Jaws anniversary over here. And Manny says, morning Park Bros, he pointed that out. He's going there tomorrow. Yep, I don't know what happened with the stream. OBS usually picks your next stream that's out there, so I don't know why it did not. Don't go breaking my heart. I do like the BGM background music over here at Universal. They mix in a lot more just like popular songs from over the years. You know, more movie franchises. Good morning. So here, we're getting up into the Diagon Alley area. But this is King's Cross here, so this is the train station. So originally, the first Harry Potter area was built over at Islands of Adventure, the Hogsmeade area. So they have Hogsmeade, the village, they have Hogwarts Castle over there, and that was their original Harry Potter stuff they put in. And then a few years later, because I don't know if you knew this, Harry Potter's pretty popular, and it did so well for them that they cleared all this out back here and put in a Diagon Alley area. And then they were able to connect the two parks using the, Hogwarts Express, the train from the movies. So if you go from here over to Islands, it's like a simulator. I mean, you're actually on a train, but in your train cabin, it plays a video on the window. So when you go from here, you're going from London over to Hogsmeade, and when you come back, it's a different video and you're going a different way. And then here, they actually hide this area really well because they don't mark any signs, but you just have to know it's back here. But here is Diagon Alley. You can see, very well themed back here. Got all your quality Quidditch supplies, Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. And of course, you'll see throughout the area, they've got you can bring your magic, you can buy your wands, and then you can do special things to unlock different things in the windows or make water shoot out from fountains and things. And there we've got a Quidditch broom. All right, let's see here. Trying to get back to the chat here. Park Rose says, everyone make sure to hit the like button and share the stream with your friends that love Universal. Thanks for that, Lawrence. And we'll walk through all these shops and stuff, but of course the main draw here, we got, and I do not know the proper term for which dragon this is, but they do have the dragon up here guarding Gringotts Bank. A lot of famous, you'll see viral TikToks and things, because every 10, 15 minutes or so, he will shoot fire out of his mouth. It is very cool. But you always see people here just standing and waiting with their cameras, hoping to get that shot. I'm sure we'll catch it while we're back here. It is very cool theming. The weather is playing along today, with the kind of cloudy and rainy here. Fits in for London very well. Much better than the normal 100 degrees and humid, not quite like what you see over in the UK. Got some stewed eels and jellied eels. And then during HHN back here, they'll have the Death Eaters walking around interacting with people. So you'll get like a Death Eater show over here where they interact with guests. The Death Eater is very, very cool. So if you ever come back here during HHN and there's green fog in the area, that means the Death Eaters are around. If the green fog's not on, the Death Eaters are not out. Just one little tip. So see, this guy here is doing some, just trying to get the wand trick to work. So she over there, so you stand on these, there's things on the ground you stand on. And when you wave the wand, there's a camera that follows you, and if you do it right, it'll trigger some sort of effect. And these people are not having much success here today. And so you can buy your wand over at Ollivander's. There's a whole show they do. Someone gets picked out of the crowd and the wand chooses them. And Park Bro says, I'm good, not too bad at all. Hoping for a day with no rain, LOL. Oh boy. Well, oh, there goes the dragon. You can hear the flame. We just missed it. I'm sure we'll still be around here for a bit, so we'll catch the next one. Got some giant knight thing in here. I think those are in the Gringotts attraction, protecting the bank. So I did just hear someone got this one to work. Because it's hard to tell today since the ground's wet, but usually there'll be wet spots on the ground, so you'll get people not paying attention and they'll get hit by these fountains when someone does it right. So that can always be amusing. Ken says, hi, Lawrence. Hoping for no rain today. Won't get you too far today. Lawrence says, Ken, I think it's rained every day since I've been home. Maybe it's trying to make me feel like I'm in Florida. Yeah, it's that time of year down here. We're getting rain every day right now. This is the rare day where it looks like it's going to rain on and off like all day. We usually get those late afternoon, early evening showers, and then otherwise it's usually pretty good. Dame Dystopia. Hey, Dame, welcome in. Morning, y'all. Ninja listening at work. Hey, Ken and Park Bros. Well, welcome in, Dame. Thanks for being here. Keep hoping to see someone get one of these fountains to go off. Not much luck. So we'll move on. We don't have very good wizards here today. Back in Diagon Alley. You'll get various shows over here. There's a couple different ones they'll do throughout the day. Lily's Life Dad says, Lawrence, Florida misses you. That's right, Lawrence. Maybe you should come back this weekend. Oh, wait, you are. Lily's Life Dad says, we'll all come into those just joining the stream. Make sure to smash that like button, subscribe, and share out your stream. You're in for a giant day of fun. Thanks, Ken. Oh, Lily's Life. Hey, Lily. Lily says, hi. Well, hello, Lily. Good morning. How are you doing? Always great to see Lily in the chat here. Friend of the channel. We were talking about her earlier. And her dad Ken's here in the chat as well. But Lily's Life, make sure you check out Lily's Life. They're in the parks on the weekends doing vlogs and streaming. Make sure you check out Lily's Life. Link to her channel in the description to my stream. Part of the Disney Streamer Network. Also links to all the Disney Streamer Network info you'll need. Check out that multi-view page. If anyone is streaming live, that's part of the Disney Streamer Network. It'll pop up there and you can watch several people at a time. I want to say it's 12 at a time. I know Lawrence will correct me, but so you can have multiple people going. They get the watch time credit. They get the views. You can chat, you can choose which one you want to listen to. It's pretty awesome. Yeah, welcome in Lily's life. I heard a rumor Lily's switching over to the Vikings. She was saying go Vikings last night on the phone, so good to see she's learned. None of that Packer stuff. Sorry, messing with some tech stuff here right now. One of my phones is not giving me any service. There we go. This back here is the Harry Potter and the Escape from Gringotts. This is an indoor roller coaster. Although I will say, I know it is officially a roller coaster, but to me it's more of a dark ride. There's a couple coaster elements, but I mean, you have a couple drops in there. You kind of go around, but it's a lot of stopping and going and watching different shows, like screens and projections and things. So you're just kind of stopping, and then you get kind of launched to the next scene. So I consider it more of a dark ride with coaster elements than like a true roller coaster. But the queue is really cool for it. Make sure you check all that out. Unfortunately, we cannot ride that one. And it also has some of the worst restraints for tall people out there. You can actually go look at that. You can see the test seat over here. Excuse me. This thing was a nightmare for me for a long time, and now I can ride it, but it's still not comfortable. Yeah, so this is the test seat here, but you can see it's got these shin guards, which always make things tough, but try the test seat out, you get that green light. So basically, that's as far down as it needs to go for you to be green. One of the tighter fits out there. This was one I did not ride for several years when I was bigger, but now I'm okay. And it does have a 40-minute wait right now. And Maria says, the Bumblebee movie is awesome, promise. But yeah, I hate the other Michael Bay movies. The Beast movies that came out are also pretty good. No Megan Fox. Yeah, I'll just stick to my memories of the cartoons and the toys I played with as a kid. Back here you have some cool shop windows and stuff. This slug animatronic. We got owls. Rats and toads, cats and snakes. Cats and dogs living together. Mass hysteria. There's the snake back here. There's a lot of little hidden passageways back here in Diagon Alley. Lily's like says, Dad says, hi, Lily. And Lily says, hi, Dad. Couldn't you guys just like walk into the other room and do that? No. Love it. Manny says, Thad, can I mention another creator who loves Epic as well? That's fine, Manny. Go ahead. I know there's more like Universal-centric creators out there. And then of course back here, this is the Butterbeer, and also kind of a pub where you can get beer and other drinks, but just poke my head in here quick. Show you that. Always many places to get the Butterbeer when you're in here. And some adult beverages if that's more your thing. And back here we've got some different wand tricks. So like it'll rain over here. Sometimes people get this whole thing to light up. Some cool stuff. And Dame says, hey Lilybug, sorry I missed the call last night. Maybe you can catch up later this week. Love you, sweetie. Lily's Life says Cat in the Hat ride. That's for Dame, please. Oh, we'll do some Cat in the Hat. We can actually ride that when we're over there. So we will do some Cat in the Hat. And this guy is going to town on some Skelegro. Dame says, I like Cat in the Hat. Lily's like, green eggs and ham, you know that book, Dame. We got these really dark passageways back here. Very nice and cool back here when it's hot in the summer. We got Bellatrix Lestrange, got all the wanted posters. It gets so dark back here. My old eyes don't see very well sometimes. Of course, got the shop back here. There's one little Easter egg in here that I like. Yeah, it's a lot of, oh, we're losing our signal here. All right, we'll have to get out of here. I wondered if this area back here would be bad. As you can see, it's actually, it's got a fake sky here. So that's why it's always a great place to come when it's super hot and cool off back here. And this walkway over here just kind of goes back to where we were. But there are some interactive elements back in this area. If you have the wand. Let's see if we can get one to go off here. Some people trying. Actually a little chilly back here today. They got the air conditioning pumping like it's 100 degrees. It looks like the rain. Everybody's throwing their ponchos on here. Oh yeah, we got this one to go. Someone got it. Now this guy's trying to get, oh, here we go. Got all the lights to turn on up here. Not sure how well that's coming through. Manny Uncanny says, LOL, Conan's not even in my top 5 favorite talk show hosts, but he is very popular. Oh, Manny. Oh, what are we going to do with you, huh? Not even in your top 5. Oh. Conan would be my entire top 5. Like I said, different strokes, right? All right. I'm going to get caught up on chat here. Lily's Life Dad says, let TPG know if there's anything you'd like to see at the Universal Parks. He'll do his best to show it to you. Dame says, Lily, I do. I also like 1 fish, 2 fish, red fish, blue fish. Oh, we'll see more of that later. Maria says, we need clear guidelines because I've never heard anything about not filming or streaming the rides. No signs anywhere. You carry your rig in the queue, so it's not like you're hiding it. Cast see it. Yeah, they could also think that you're just doing content, that you're not streaming. So I know that's happened to me a few times where I'm on the ride and they're like, oh, you can't do that on here, because I think they thought I was going to put it away or something. But yeah, I just want consistency. That's all. Cast members and team members have a tough job, so I'm never going to get too down on someone. If they tell me I can't do it, I'm not gonna argue it. I don't want to be one of those guests, so. Park Bro says, Conan changed when he took the Tonight Show. Had he done what he did on Late Night, he would still be there. That is my main argument. NBC forced him to change. They forced him to follow the normal Tonight Show routine of just kind of being kind of a boring host, like Jay Leno was, you know, just pretty middle of the road kind of guy. Johnny was different. Johnny Carson was different, and then so they make Conan do that. He's not as funny, and then they fire him, and then they let Fallon do whatever he wants. It always bothered me. I could do like a 3-hour podcast about this. Debbie Cook says, you are not. I was just about to say that. Debbie says, I like Jimmy Fallon. Well, I had no idea my community was such a big fan of Jimmy Fallon, so I'll have to watch my mouth. Debbie also says, Earthquake was so much better. It really was. It's so much better. And she also says, I want the coaster. Yep, I'd be happy with that coaster coming here too. If you're not aware, Universal Hollywood is opening a Fast and Furious roller coaster here in next summer. So, Lily's Life Dad says, I was in the Earthquake show way back when. I fell from the ceiling. Haha. Oh, you got to do I gotcha. So in the pre-show, they used to do all those, they have like 3 different pre-shows where they taught you about like movie effects and things like that. Man, I forgot about all that. Because wasn't it from like Poseidon's Adventure or Towering Inferno? I think it was the Towering Inferno. Debbie says, I've never seen the parade. Oh, the parade's really good. And actually, they do a really good evening parade here, like 5 o'clock. The Mega Movie Parade or something like that. But I came for that last year. I also have a blog about that from last year. But it's got floats for basically all the major movies they've done attractions for. So you've got Jaws, they got Ghostbusters, they've got E.T., there's some Minions. I don't think there's Harry Potter stuff. They have Jaws, but very cool parade. Check out that video also. And Aurora Lover. Good morning, Aurora Lover. She says, good morning, guys. Welcome in. Welcome back, Aurora. Great to see you. We're hanging out over here at Universal Studios Orlando today. The resort. We're hitting both the studios and Islands of Adventure parks. Right now we're back here in the Diagon Alley area. And over here we've got the Florian Fortescue's Ice Cream Parlor. Amazing ice cream in here, folks. They do a butterbeer flavored soft serve ice cream. That's the only place you can get it, and it is so good. It's actually my favorite version of butterbeer to have. So yeah, try that out. One of my friends asked me if I'd ever had it when we were here one time. I said no, and he's like, I'm buying you some. And it was delicious. Might see. That dragon's got to be getting ready to show some fire again here. I'm thinking. I'm gonna go over on this side, I think. I might need to get my umbrella out here shortly. Yeah, it's a little more than sprinkling now. Hold on one moment, folks. Grab that out of my bag. Might be a little shaky camera here for a minute. Shoot. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. Dropping stuff. Luckily, some nice guests helping out. Oh yeah, it's It's getting rainy now. Here we go. I think we're about to get some fire. Maybe I jinxed it there. But yeah, good morning, Aurora lover. Great to have you in here. Thanks for coming back. Dame Dystopia says, Lily, I fixed that for you. Fish book coming at some point. Awesome. That's awesome, Dame. Gotta love those Dr. Seuss books. And Debbie F. Cook says, my family doesn't like shows and parades. It's go, go, go all the time. That's how I usually am. My mom was always the parade and show person, so she always made us watch everything. Oh, here we go. Pretty sure the dragon's about to blow. There it is. There we go. Got to see the dragon breathe fire. We'll walk through some stores here. Now that we checked out the area, we'll dip into a couple stores and we'll see if we can keep our signal in here or not. There are so many things in here, I don't know what they are. This is always where my limited knowledge of the Potterverse hinders me. I read the first 5 books and watched the first 5 movies, and I just stopped. Never watched anything or read anything after that. And over at Epic, they do the magical beast. And I had no clue about any of that. That's what their land over there is themed to. They themed it to 1920s Paris. They have a circus show over there, and then they have a major attraction. The battle at the Ministry. And it is fantastic, I will say that. And you've got all your different house gear. Ravenclaw, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Slytherin. Believe me, if you want Potter merch, you'll find it. I think we'll get walking here. We might duck back in Diagon Alley later and ride the train over to Islands of Adventure. We'll see. I'm pretty sure you can stream that. So, you got the night bus over here. They do have this interactive character. This like voodoo head. No idea.
Sorry about service. Check back with us later. Bye bye, brother. Yeah, man. Stay on one, we come get you, man.
So that guy will actually talk back and forth with you, interact with you. They do have a lot of those types of things over here at Universal. I got something in my eye. Hold on, please. Of course, I get something in my eye right as I get my umbrella out, and I don't have an extra hand. But yeah, I think the theming of the Potter stuff is just off the charts. They did a great job at all three of their parks with all the Potter stuff. I'm a big believer that I think Universal was kind of in trouble around 2006, 7, that era. Things had really gone downhill over here. And when they secured the Potter license, and then they actually did it really well, it changed everything for them. The amount of revenue they have now, it's so much more money, and you can just see the investment they made into their parks now. I'm so sorry, I'm way behind on the chat here. Oh, they took out part of the bridge over here. Rebuilding that right now. I don't think that's going to be ready for HHN. It's kind of a main artery over here. Yeah, I don't think that's going to be done anytime soon. Interesting. I might try and find a table or something in a little cover and find a good spot with a good view and get caught up on chat for a little bit here. Rain, always my arch enemy as a in-park streamer. At least down here in Orlando, there's always a ton of stuff to do, even in the rain. So, got some more construction walls over here. Must be getting a lot of stuff ready for HHN next month. Just some random movies here. The Jerk, Gladiator. I hadn't thought of The Jerk in a long time. And then this outdoor theater back here, they only use now during HHN. This used to be the Beetlejuice review for many, many years. Then it was Fear Factor, is that right? And now they only use it a couple months a year for the amazing HHN show they do. It's basically like Cirque du Soleil on acid. It's usually about like fighting demons from hell and things like that, so definitely a little different than what you get over at Disney for their Halloween Horror Night stuff. This guy's smoking a cigarette right in the park here, blowing it in my face. Always my favorite. You see that way more over here. There's a lot more people smoking and vaping in the parks. You're not supposed to. And I'm sure I sound like a Karen, but it's not that hard. Follow rules. I don't know. Like, I just love how he thinks he's sneaky, just cupping it in his hand like no one sees him smoking. Can't smell it. Sure, everyone loves my editorials on other park guests. I know we had some fun there on Guardians the other night. Might have to see if my friend's working here. Oh, I didn't even talk about it. Sorry, guys. We'll come back to Men in Black here in a little bit. I'm just trying to find a table somewhere. Sit down for a little bit. Or at least somewhere I can get out of the rain so I don't need my umbrella. Well, This is the Men in Black attraction, so this is pretty similar to like Buzz Lightyear, Toy Story Mania. It is a shooting dark ride, but I will say much more impressive than the shooters over at Disney. It's got full sets, actual animatronics built out. Just walked by another guy vaping in my face. Oh man. I see chat rolling. I can't really do my chat when I'm holding the umbrella because I don't have an open hand to be scrolling through. Maybe we'll go inside Springfield here. Maybe at Moe's or something, Moe's Bar, where we can hang out. Grab a table inside the food court or something. Sit down for a few minutes, try to catch up. Kang and Kodos, twirl and hurl. Actually never been on that attraction. And then the Simpsons attraction. You guys know I love The Simpsons. It's my favorite show ever, but that ride is absolutely terrible. They took Back to the Future out because it was kind of past the end of its life as an attraction, and then they didn't replace the ride type or any of the mechanics really. They just did an overlay with The Simpsons on it, and it's not very good.
You must help us attack Springfield.
The Duff Beer gift shop here. Might just belly up to the bar here for a few minutes. Since it's not busy, I don't feel bad about taking a spot. All right. Put my umbrella down. Can say hi to all of you. Get the waterfront in the background here. And then we'll actually try to be interactive. Take this battery off. It's too heavy for my tripod all the time. All right, there we go. Yeah, just hanging out, if that's all right. And they're cool with that, so all right, let's get set up here. Hope you're all doing well. I know we're kind of a weird stream, just walking around, checking out Universal Studios here. We'll see what everybody's been talking about. Probably just like, wow, Thad complains a lot. Let's see. All right, I'll go back. I know some fell off here, but Debbie Cook says, Thad, I know you're not a Potterhead, but have you seen the house elf in the window in London? I don't know if I've ever seen the house elf over here in the London area. There's a really cool, it's Dobby, right? There's a really cool house elf animatronic in the queue line for the Epic attraction, Battle at the Ministry. And then the house elf is a pretty big part of the ride too. So I know like my Potter friends were very excited about that. I don't think it's Dobby. Dobby's from the original series, but I can't think of what the house elf's name is, but very important character. And Debbie says, you can talk to the shrunken head on the night bus. It's parked in London. Yep, we walked by there. And And then Debbie says, you can also have your money changed to goblin money. Yes, awesome. Debbie's taking care of things that I missed. I appreciate that. So I was going to go in the bank and show, like, because you can talk to that animatronic, but there was actually a line in there. A lot of people were getting the money. And it always reminds me of the old Disney bucks, back when you could exchange your money for currency that can only be used in the parks. Yeah, you can get goblin money to spend over there. Debbie says, this park I know had an AP for 2 years. That's awesome, Debbie. And Maria says, that's awesome, Debbie. Great Harry Potter shows. Don't rob that bank. LOL, the dragon will get you. That's right. That's why he's sitting on top of it. Debbie says, actually, the dragon helps you escape Gringotts. That's right. That dragon fire is so hot. Oh, it's real, isn't it? Universal likes to use their fire. No doubt about that. People get so weirded out by a camera. Like I wouldn't even walk behind me. Newsflash to most people, you're not that important. Me included. And Maria says, oh really, it's a good dragon then. Good for us. You know, we're the good guys, so. Debbie says, is there a line for the ice cream shop? I want a chocolate chili ice cream, but the line is so long. Line was not bad today, just because it's not too hot out. And it's still pretty early for ice cream. It's only 11:30. But, you know, if you're on vacation, you can have ice cream for breakfast if you want. That's what I always love about Give Kids the World. If you guys aren't familiar with that, it's a property down here in Orlando, and they work with Make-A-Wish to, you know, get kids their Make-A-Wish trip down here to Orlando, and they help pay for everything, and they put them up at the resort. There's a Perkins. It's the guy that created Perkins, the restaurant chain, owns it, and so they have a Perkins on site. Everything's free. They have an ice cream shop, and they say, like, if you want to eat ice cream for all 3 meals, do it. And I say, absolutely. Those kids get whatever they want. I do want to go volunteer over there sometime. We should probably get a group of streamers and just go do that. And not stream it. Just go do it and have a good time and help. I'll have to talk to some people about that. I'm sure Ken would be in on that. And Lily. And Jen. Debbie says, you don't have to stand on them. They have instructions for the wand movements. Okay. There's some secret ones too that don't have the circle on the floor. My wand is broken, Thad. Go to Nocturne Alley. Yeah, I only have a couple friends that have the wands, so it is always fun to go around with them and see all that. And yeah, the wands didn't used to do anything, and then they brought out like the next model, and they actually have like the RFID in them and started to do more of those interactive displays. And there's a bunch of them over at Epic as well, because we were doing them over there. One of my friends I was with has the wand, so he was all excited to try them out, because he'd never had a wand. He bought one over there. And Maria says, haha, he's explaining today. Oh, okay, that's cool. Yeah, I'm explaining a lot as we walk around here. I know a lot of people aren't too familiar with the Universal parks. And Debbie is assisting very well. She's got a lot of knowledge too. Debbie says, I lost mine on ET. It fell out of my bag. They mailed it back to me, and it hasn't worked since. Oh, that stinks. I had a lifetime warranty, so when I go back, I need to take it to Ollivander's and get it fixed. Oh, that's good that you get the lifetime warranty. I didn't know that. So I always thought, man, it's kind of hard to, if those break, you know, especially with kids, you know, they drop them or something. I can see how that would affect its usefulness, but that's good. Debbie says, and I have to buy a new one for Epic Universe. If they can't fix it, they'll give you a new one. The Epic Universe shop is pretty cool. There's a whole different owner. There's a whole storyline behind her. And like, she's a walk around character. You'll see her walking around Paris by the shop and you can talk to her, but she's different than Ollivander. Ollivander believes that the wand chooses you, and the woman at the Epic store believes that you choose the wand. So there's a whole storyline with it. As you would expect, there's an entire lore with every single thing that Epic Universe put in. Sorry, Pavlov's dog's in me. I hear the Simpsons theme in the background, and I have to look up at the TV. Debbie says, this is the most unique coaster I've ever ridden. I couldn't fit the first time. This was my motivation to lose weight. It was so worth it. Oh, that's awesome, Debbie. I know you talked about your weight loss the other day. And yes, that was a ride for me. That was kind of like, it wasn't a huge motivation because I didn't think I would go crazy for the coaster, but it was more of a motivation of like, I hate coming to Universal and I can't ride a lot of this stuff. So, but congrats, Debbie. That is awesome that you got to ride it. I'm so happy for you. Did you struggle with Forbidden Journey and Hagrid's motorbike as well? You don't have to answer, but I know you've been pretty open about your weight loss and everything, so. Debbie said, it's so good though. I think that ride is very dependent on if you're a Potter fan or not. That's just my 2 cents. Where I can ride most of the Potter stuff and I love it. That one just, not the biggest fan of Gringotts. A part of it is the second time I ever rode it, when I climbed into the restraint, I was getting situated because my legs have to be kind of in the right position. And my right leg was kind of sticking over out of the restraint, and the team member pushed the restraint down and was actually crushing my shin because of the way the shin guard landed on my leg. It hurt so bad. I was like yelling, I'm like, you got to open this, you got to open it. And they did. And I rode and I had bruises. I feel like I tell so many stories of rides giving me bruises, but that one I did not enjoy. And that probably is one of the reasons I'm not the biggest fan of that ride, because those restraints are just a nightmare for me. Manny and Candy says, is Universal Florida less crowded because of Epic? I don't think so. If anything, I think Epic's actually helping the other 2 parks over here because they've sold very few single-day tickets to Epic. They've limited those. So annual pass holders can get them. Resort guests can get them. Otherwise, it's very hard to get the single day. They're in very limited supply. What they've done is you have to package it into a 2 or like 3-day ticket where you get it. If you get a 3-day ticket, you can only come to Epic one of those days, and then the other 2 you can choose between Islands, Volcano Bay, or Universal Studios here. I just think in general, Orlando has been a lot quieter this summer. Epic has been the exception, just because it is the newest park in the world. So people are coming for that. Like, I've had a lot of friends just come down for like a quick weekend, only do Epic, and then get out. So I actually think it's making these parks a little more busier than if Epic wasn't here, with just the way tourism's been going on down here this summer, because you guys see Disney, it's been pretty quiet lately. So yeah, that's my opinion. I think it's basically locals with annual passes or people in town doing the Epic like 2 or 3-day ticket. That's my guess. Debbie says, Epic was empty on opening weekend. Yeah, I was there, Debbie. They greatly limited and reduced capacity the first like 5 days. So I went the second day it was open, and then I went Memorial Day, which was the fifth day it was open. Memorial Day was the last day they ran at low capacity. So they did sell out their allotment of tickets those 5 days, but they only had, I would guess, less than 10,000 people in the park. Because I went to 2 team member previews where I know it was 5,000 and about 14 or 15,000 people the second time I went. And it seemed less busy on Memorial Day than it did for any of those team member previews. And so I was telling everybody, oh man, it's great, come this summer. And they literally, over that weekend, decided to sell more tickets because they saw just how empty the park was. But I like how they rolled it out because they didn't want that first weekend to be a complete disaster because it's hard to come back from bad press like that. So I thought they nailed it. But yeah, it is much busier over there now, Debbie. They sell out pretty much every day and capacity has increased quite a bit. You're looking at some pretty long lines over there. The Harry Potter attraction will get 2-3 hour lines on a daily basis. Tiki Man fan, hey, good morning, Fat and Co. Welcome in, Tiki Man. Great to see you, man. Sorry I'm so behind on the chat, but great to see you in here, Tiki. Always nice to see you. Welcome back, sir. Jurassic says, I'm back, everyone. Welcome back, Tyler. Thanks for coming back to the chat. We're just hanging out here in Springfield right now while it rains a little bit, and we're catching up on chat. Joasia, hey, well, good evening, Joasia. Great to see you. I know you were excited about the Universal Day over here. We did delay it a day since I was at Epcot so late on Sunday night. I knew there would just be no way I was going to be able to get over here. Yeah, welcome back, Joasia. Great to see you. Debbie says you can get special potions that you can add to drinks to change the color. Oh, good info, Debbie. I don't eat much over here, and I don't drink anymore, and I never buy any drinks. I'm a water guy in the park, so appreciate that info, because, yeah, I don't mess around with a lot of the food and drink options over here at Universal. And Manny and Candy says that creator is Crystal Palace. She is a Universal enthusiast. Oh, that's awesome, Manny. I'll have to check out Crystal Palace. Joasia says, I'm still here just on the meeting. Ha. Well, hopefully we got some background noise for you while you're listening to that meeting, all that boring work talk. Debbie says, yay, Nocturne Alley. Oh, I'm glad you know the actual title of it. I just know it's the alley. So yeah, Nocturne Alley was that really, really dark area we were walking through there. It's got some cool stuff. Great place to cool down, as I was saying, because the sun doesn't get back there and they do pump in the air and it's nice and dark. Joasia says, I'll be free soon so I can join you after work. Well, we look forward to it, Joasia. Always great to have you in here. Another member of the Scaredy Cats of Fun. We've already been going through telling Maria what she can and can't ride over here, so. And Debbie says, you can make the shrunken heads sing with your wand. Yeah, there's a lot of cool effects back there. It didn't seem like people were doing very well with the magic wands today. Debbie says, there's a wall of shrunken heads. Park Bro says, does everyone know what house they are? I'm a Hufflepuff. Ooh, I'd probably be Slytherin. I don't know. Yeah, I feel like I would align closer to Slytherin. I don't know what that says about me, but... Joasia, oh my god, my favorite Harry Potter world. Haha. Joasia, have you been to Universal when you guys came over? Did it look like home when we were there? I know that's more England, but, you know. Debbie says, the shop is Borgin and Burke from the movies. I'm glad Debbie's here to provide a little editorial comment as I walk around, filling in some of those details. I'm definitely not as well-versed in some of the Universal stuff as I am with Disney, just because some of those IPs don't hit home as well for me. Debbie says, there's a mermaid skeleton back there too. Debbie, what I was gonna show, I wanted to go on that shop and show the Jaws. They have a shark head in there and it marks where the Jaws attraction actually was. So it's a cool little Easter egg, but that's when I went in and my connection just fell off a cliff, so I had to get out of there. 1 second here. See a Thunder fan across the way. I want to give him a thunder up. Thunder up. No, you didn't hear me. He's busy eating his food. Joey just says, hey, Manny. Joey just says, Owen gone crazy. We got 2 interactive wands. So you have been over here. Okay. That answers my question before you even answer it. So good to know. Debbie says, I need to get mine fixed and buy a new one for Epic. I have the American Magic President's Wand from Magical Beasts franchise and Voldemort, but that one's not interactive. Gotcha, Debbie. And like the Epic ones are kind of strange because some are just generic and then some are themed to the characters. Dame says, Park Bros, I'm Gryffindor. Maria says, yeah, nothing on cast members for doing their jobs, 100%. Yep, I'm never going to argue with them, even if I've never been told I can't film on a ride or something. If they tell me, I won't film. So anything to make their lives easier. They have a hard enough job as it is. Debbie says, I really like Jimmy Fallon. I think he's hilarious. No comment. He's just bugged me for years, even on SNL. All he ever did was just crack up and ruin skits. Debbie F. Cook says, my best friend was in that show on Earthquake. Oh, that's awesome. I used to like Earthquake. You know, it was a long, like 45-minute basically, by the time you got through all the pre-shows and did the actual attraction. But it was very immersive. I mean, I thought they did a great job with that. Much better than Catastrophe Canyon at MGM Studios back in the day, for like a ride-through tram type thing. Christopher, what else is that? Add Conan to our list of things to discuss. I've watched his docu, listened to the podcast. Huge fan. That's awesome, Christopher. Yeah, Conan came on when I was in high school, and I started to watch him right away. Right when he was on, and it was a rough start for him, and I stuck with him, and through college, I bet, like my sophomore, junior, senior year, I think I watched Conan basically every night. I had a group of friends, we'd get together and watch him almost every night, or I would tape it and watch it the next morning or something. I love Conan, watched him for years. Don't listen to the podcast as much. I did like it at first, but I have so many podcasts and other things going on. But yeah, I need to watch his travel series. I just love Conan. I think that's when he's at his best, just meeting people, improving. I think he's just hilarious. So Debbie F. Cook says, I was in the Backlot show at Hollywood Studios. I did not know that, Debbie. That's very cool. You don't hear much about the Backlot studio tour these days. It's a long removed attraction. I remember the old, like, Honey, I Shrunk the Bee, like, Honey, I Shrunk the Audience, or Shrunk the Kids, geez. Where you could ride the bee and they'd put it in the, you know, with the green screen and everything. Kids would get to do that. The boat, where they'd have the wave come hit people. Oh yeah, I remember all that. Park Rose says, my fiance is Gryffindor, my son's Ravenclaw. I'm Hufflepuff, thinking our daughter might be Slytherin. Haha, talk about a house divided. Uh-oh. Finley's a Slytherin, huh, Lawrence? Watch out. Debbie says, me and my husband are Hufflepuff. One stepdaughter is Gryffindor and the other stepdaughter is Slytherin. Joasia says, I'm Gryffindor and Slytherin at the same time. You can't be two houses, Joasia. You have to pick one. I think you're Slytherin too. And Joasia says, Owen is Hufflepuff. That's hilarious. Debbie says, and Thad can feel the heat where he's standing. Oh, we're back by the dragon still. Oh man, I'm still getting caught up here, guys. Can definitely feel that heat. Oh wow, the wind moved that fire. That was wild. Yeah, usually it just blows straight out, but you could see it was like, whew, just blew straight to the left, right out of it, came out of his mouth. And Maria says, I'm Ravenclaw. I never know the difference between like Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, I guess. So maybe you guys can explain to me, the non-Harry Potter guy. Even though I've watched the movies, I still couldn't tell you. And Debbie says, I bought my Pygmy Puff in one of these stores. There they are. Oh, so that's what we were looking at, the Pygmy Puff. Okay. I bought a small one. They coo, but the battery in mine is dead. Has died. Yeah, no idea what those Pygmy Puffs are. Maria says, they look cute. You'll love all the merch over at Epic, Debbie. Got a lot of magical creature stuff over there, Ministry of Magic. And even though, like, I'm not a huge Potter guy, but I think a lot of that merch is pretty good over there. Debbie says, it became my emotional support Pygmy Puff and I squeeze it too much. The batteries don't last long. Provided a lot of emotional support, apparently. Debbie says, Shrunken Head. His name is Shrunken Head. I asked him what his name is, and it's Shrunken Head. So that's the head that was speaking to people on the night bus that we were looking at earlier. And like I said, you can actually interact with them. Maria says, I'm sleepy. I think we have some air quality issues here in Colorado this week because of the Grand Canyon wildfires. Oh, those wildfires. When I lived in Iowa, we had those Canadian wildfires a couple years ago. Like, I could not believe how, like, hazy our sky was. And, like, I remember just driving to work, I was, like, sneezing and my eyes were watering. And we were nowhere near where the fires were. Hundreds and hundreds of miles away. Well, stay safe there, Maria. Or at least stay healthy. Sorry, the air quality stinks. Debbie says, Creature is up in one of those windows, Grimald Place. The set designer from the movies worked on the parks. There's a little gold plaque on the train with his name on it. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, that's the thing, you know, they put so much detail in, and those look exactly like the movies. And that was always the main argument between Disney and J.K. Rowling when they were trying to negotiate a deal, because Disney, when they put things in, they're thinking of it as a theme park, and they want it to be like more efficient, you know, get people in and out. It's because Disney has a lot of people coming, you know. So, one second. So when they built all that, she was adamant. No, you're not going to have like electric automatic opening doors on a shop. You actually have to open the door like it's a real shop. They're just made for like one person to come in and out of. It's not like when you go to the Emporium and they have the big doors. And that was Disney's main argument. They said, well, if you're not going to let us build it as a theme park, then we're not going to do it. And Universal said, we'll do whatever you want. But it would have been, yeah. I'm always intrigued. I wonder what Disney would have done. Because I do think Universal crushed it. They did a great job. And Park Rose says, can you imagine had Disney gotten Potter? I think there would have been one less property. Fox, Marvel, or Star Wars, though. Yeah, I wonder... I could see them not doing the Fox deal. Marvel and Star Wars, I think, would still do it. Yeah, I've always been intrigued what Disney would have done with it. You know, they would have definitely not made as many like thrilling rides, I don't think. But I'm sure Disney would have knocked it out of the park too. That'll forever be a what if, you know, in the theme park world. Debbie says, I hate HHN. I went once and I said, never again. I did buy an HHN shirt 3 years ago while we were there during the day. Oh, I love HHN. I'd never done it until 2 years ago. I'm totally hooked. I prefer HHN to Mickey's Not So Scary. I like the haunted houses. I like the scare zones. And I love what Disney does for Halloween, but if I have to choose, and this year I'm probably choosing, like, I'm only going to HHN. I'm not going to spend the $200 for one night at Magic Kingdom when nothing's really changed from the last few years, you know. There might be like a new show or something, but is that really enough for me as a local who goes to the Magic Kingdom like twice a week already and is going to see the Halloween decorations every time I go for the next few months once they're up. Can I justify it where for almost the same price I can get an HHN pass that'll cover like 30 visits? So, and it's all new stuff every year. 10 new houses, 4 new scare zones. You know, the master of ceremonies or whatever changes every year. There's always a different theme, so I get it. If you're not into it, you're not into it, but I love it. And I do like SeaWorld and Busch Gardens. What are those? Scream. Why? Hollow Scream. Man. Hollow Scream. So SeaWorld and Busch Gardens are owned by the same company, so they both do Hollow Scream. And Busch Gardens does a great event. It's actually scarier houses than what HHN does. They do a really good job with it. And then I would say SeaWorld's still fairly new, but each year it gets better. I've gone the last 2 years, really, really good. Getting better. Not quite to Busch's level, but a nice option. And definitely more thrilling than like what Disney's doing. Maria says, no, you aren't a Karen. I don't want secondhand smoke around my kiddos in the parks. Nope, he'd hear it from me. Yeah, it's crazy. Oh gosh, Guardians woman. Yep, that's right. That Guardians woman. Whew. I hope I never run into her again. And Joy just says, I'm still ninja watching from work. Haha. Maria says, also, those are metaphorical kiddos. I don't yet have kiddos. Yep, you're always talking about your metaphorical kiddos, Maria. So I know what you're talking about. Maria says, same, Joyja. Manny, I've only seen one Simpsons show. Oh, Manny, we gotta teach you about comedy. You've only seen one episode of The Simpsons. You don't like Conan. And Conan was a writer on The Simpsons way back in the day. So that's another reason that I say that Conan was such a big influence on my life. Because some of my favorite Simpsons episodes were ones that Conan wrote when he was younger. Beth Sunflower. Hey, Beth, welcome back. Good to see you, Beth. Good morning, Thad. Good morning, Beth. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for coming back in here. We're over here hanging out at Universal Studios right now, just getting out of the rain, catching up on chat. We were doing a tour of the Studios park here, but was way behind on chat, and the rain was starting to get a little more intense. So I ducked in here in the Springfield area in the bar just to catch up with you guys, and we'll get back to walking around here in a little bit. Joasia says, Harry Potter London is nothing compared to Universal, believe me. Ah, okay, Joasia. Orlando blew my mind, and epic. All right. I am excited for the Universal resort that's going into the UK, though. You're going to have some really cool stuff, I bet. Still waiting to hear on some of the IPs they're going to use over there, but some rumors about Lord of the Rings, maybe. Lord of the Rings is always one of those that gets kicked around by Universal. People seem to think Epic will eventually add a Lord of the Rings portal at some point. That might be their next big expansion. Because right now they're already working on phase 2 over there. The Creature from a Black Lagoon ride that seems to be all but confirmed, and then there's like an interactive restaurant they're going to put in over in the Potter area. Yeah. Manny says, I still have some Disney dollars. I've got some somewhere. Our family, my dad was, save that. That'll be worth money someday. And get like $3 for them or something on eBay. But yeah, I've got some Disney dollars somewhere. And that reminds me of The Simpsons. They go to Itchy and Scratchy Land and they walk in. And the guy's like, oh, buy some Itchy and Scratchy cash. You can use it everywhere in the park. So Homer converts all the money over and they walk in and there's signs everywhere that says they don't accept Itchy and Scratchy money at all the stores. Hey, Randy. Randy's here. Good to see you, Randy. Always good to have Randy in the chat. Hope you're doing well this morning, sir. We got a rainy day up here in Orlando right now. Just hanging out at Universal. Joey just says, I'm stuck in meetings. Haha. I'm just having a meeting with the giant fans of fun over here right now. Randy says, how is Jack, TPG? I don't know who that is, Randy. I don't know who Jack is. Never heard of him. For those that don't know, people are always trying to name my streaming rig because John from Fun to Be Free, friend of the channel, link to his channel in my description here, but John from Fun to Be Free names every piece of equipment that he uses. And so everyone thinks I should too, but that's John's thing. John still thinks it should be Streamzilla, but no, it's just my streaming rig, no name. Randy says, sounds like a great cause. Oh, is that the Give Kids the World? Yep, Give Kids the World's amazing. A few years ago, I used to, the Cedar Fair chain of parks actually worked hand in hand with Give Kids the World for a few years, and they would do coaster marathons at their parks. They'd pick a random Saturday in the spring usually. And so I would usually go. I went to Worlds of Fun in Kansas City once, maybe twice. I flew out to King's Dominion in Virginia, just south of DC, in Doswell, Virginia. There's a really good park called King's Dominion. I went there and participated, but probably raised about $4,000 or $5,000 for Give Kids the World over the years. So I think it's an awesome charity. I'd like to get back into doing stuff with them. So yeah, like I just randomly threw that idea out there. We should get some streamers to go over there and just do it. Not stream it for content, just do it to be good people, because there's a lot of good people in this community. Debbie says, that's so cool. I can't wait to go to Epic Universe and see Magical Paris. I like the Fantastic Beasts franchise too. Debbie, you're going to love it. The circus show there is phenomenal. I think in the pre-show for that circus show at the Harry Potter portal has one of the best tricks I've ever seen in a theme park show. Very, very cool. Caught me totally off guard, especially being in the pre-show. But yeah, it's definitely worth watching. The How to Train Your Dragon show is awesome too. I prefer the Dragon show a little more, but they're both fantastic. Randy says, I don't think I can get on any ride at Universal. Get on any ride to Universal or rides being 4'11" TPG. Oh, Randy. 4'11" and bald, right? Makes it tough. Someday I'm going to meet Randy and he's going to be like 6'8". Debbie says, I couldn't fit in Gringotts and Forbidden Journey the first time. Lost weight and fit and gained it back. That was even sadder than not being able to ride the first time. Never had problems with Hagrid. I got you on that, Debbie. I yo-yoed for years where in Iowa I'd fatten up every winter because I'd just sit around eating and watching football and all winter. And it was... So I'd always fluctuate, and then in the spring I'd start working to get into coaster shape for the summer so I could go around and ride things. And there'd be summers where I didn't do it early enough, and I'd have a real bad coaster summer. So it's one nice thing living down here. I don't have my winters where I fatten up. Although I hadn't done that the last couple years, even in Iowa, so I've maintained pretty well the last 4 or 5 years. Park Rose says, I can't, yeah, and I think Hagrid for me, Debbie, was more my legs than anything. Even getting in the bike seat was tough, because getting that restraint over your knees, and then my thighs were so big. Just could not get in that thing, and now, no issues. I jokingly tried so if you don't know, we'll look at it when we're over at Islands of Adventure later, but Hagrid, it's an actual motorcycle seat, and then there's a sidecar for the other seat in each row, and it's tiny. And joking with my friends one day, I'm like, I wonder if I could fit in the the sidecar, and I actually got the green light on it in the test seat. I was shocked, and even the team members were like, "Oh, I thought you'd be too tall for that." So I was pretty happy with that. I'll never ride it in that seat, but didn't know I could if I wanted to. That's one of the reasons it's tough for me to do single rider, because it's hard to tell a person, hey, I need that other seat when they waited in the normal line. So Park Rose says, I can't imagine TPG riding Seven Dwarfs Mine Train. It's better now. When that first opened and I was a lot bigger, it was a rough ride. Just the worst restraints. I don't know why they built them like that, especially on a family coaster. Like, family coasters should be accessible to like everybody, because if I had kids, I'd want to be able to ride with them, and that makes it tough. And then, like, what if I was just there with my kids and then I can't ride? Are they going to be able to ride, you know? So Debbie says, I got to run. I have a doctor appointment. I'll see you all later. Have fun. Wish I was there, Thad. Keep up the good work. Well, thanks a lot, Debbie. Good luck with the doctor appointment, and hopefully we'll see you back in later. Not So Scary Mary TV. Hey, Neri. And it's good afternoon, Neri, since we just hit the noon hour here. But welcome in, Not So Scary Mary. Always great to see you. Debbie says, hey, Neri, glad I got to say hi, but now I have to go. See you later. Neri says, hello, Theme Park Giant. Good morning, Neri. How are you? Hope you and Benny are doing well down there in Miami. Hope your weather's not as rainy as ours today. It's been raining basically nonstop since I got in the park. Maria says, I'm seriously trying to keep my eyes open at work today. I need chocolate, LOL. Does chocolate help you stay awake? Chocolate makes me sleepy. I would need coffee and an energy drink or something. Just drink coffee all day in the office. Usually mornings, and then I'd go water the rest of the day. But I drink a lot of coffee when I worked in the office. Mary says, oh yes, actually, Mary, you just reminded me I have some oat milk chocolate drink in the fridge. Lifesaver, LOL. Enjoy, says Not So Scary. Manny says, hola, Neri. Welcome to the stream. Jurassic World Tyler, hey everyone, I don't think I'm going to the movies today. Maybe tomorrow or Saturday. Oh, well, I guess you have to wait one more day, Tyler. I know you've been so excited for Jurassic World. Joshua Van Ryswijk, well, hello. Hi, Yoshi. Why are you a different name today, Yoshi? It's my good bud Yosh back in Iowa. Good morning, Joshua. Thanks for being in here, bud. Just hanging out here at a rainy Universal Studios. Neri says, I'm so happy to be in the stream. I just got home and ran to the chat. Well, thanks for being in here, Neri. Carlos Ortegon. Hey, welcome in, Carlos. I believe you're a new name in here. Welcome in. I'm Thad the Theme Park Giant. Live here in the Orlando area. I stream from the parks 5 or more days a week. And I do Disney World, I do Universal, I do SeaWorld, I do Busch Gardens down in Tampa. I do all the parks. I'm not just Disney. Yeah, Carlos says it doesn't look like there are that many people in the park. Yeah, it's not super busy today. With the rain, I'm sure people are kind of holding off right now. If they are here at the resort, like staying, probably hoping it passes. With the rain, you're not going to get many locals coming either, so. Jurassic World Tyler says, happy 50th anniversary of Jaws, everyone. That's right, Tyler. They've got a lot of 50th anniversary photo ops here at the park, celebrating Jaws, even though they did rip out the attraction a few years ago. Sadly, I do miss Jaws. And Joshua says, your Facebook link points to the strong stream. Yep, I know, Yoshi. Something happened. Not sure why it pulled up the wrong video when I actually started my stream. Usually it automatically grabs the next one that's out there, and for whatever reason, it grabbed tomorrow's, so we're just rolling with it. Not much I can do at this point. Benny says, what's up, people of the chat? Benny Rodriguez, welcome back, Benny the Stable. The stable portion of the Not So Scary Married TV couple, as I like to say. And you know I love you, Neri. Neri says, oh, that's good to know. Pat will read this. Thanks for letting us know. Yeah, Neri, something happened with the thumbnail today. I don't know why it pulled in the wrong stream. Joe Asia says, woohoo, I'm free on your way home. Yay, Joe Asia's done with work. On her way home. So sit on her couch, put her seatbelt on, and enjoy Universal. The chat just jumped on me here. Joey just says, oh yes, TPG, we did all Universal and Epic even before opening. Oh, you got to go to Epic. Very cool, Joasia, because you were here in early May. Oh, but they did have the previews anyone could go to then. That's right. I always think it was always team member previews because I always went to 2 of those and I didn't have to purchase for the other preview. So that's awesome you got to go to Epic. I didn't know you went to Epic, Joasia. Hope you loved it. Ministry of Magic was amazing. Yes, it was an incredible ride. I don't like to spoil anything, but I do say I think the Death Eaters are the best animatronics I've ever seen on any attraction. And the only ones that would compete would be Monsters Unchained, because those animatronics are incredible too. Joy just says, I'm missing butterbeer crepes too, so good. Oh yeah. So both times I went for the previews, they did not have the crepes, and we actually went to that French cafe for lunch the one day, so I was disappointed because I've heard they're great, and that I didn't go back there after the park actually opened, so. Yeah, I've heard those butterbeer crepes are really, really good. The French cafe in the Potter portal, I think, is the best quick service meal I've ever had at a park. Fantastic meal. And well priced. Big portion. Good stuff. Manny says, I'll be right back. All right, Manny, we'll be here. Park Bros, the other what if is if Disney could have Marvel here in Florida. It's a good question. I mean, they could do some Doctor Strange stuff, right? Because there's no Doctor Strange over here. Because it's basically what Universal isn't using. So they could do Iron Man, right? In theory. I've never quite understood that contract because I know Guardians is over at Epcot because they're not used over here. So I wonder if we could get like a Doctor Strange or Iron Man or something over there. Park Rose, TBG's right. Don't think much has changed to make it worth it, especially for us this year because we're doing a Halloween cruise. Yep, Park Rose. I love that party, but to spend the money on it every year, it's just not worth it to me. Maybe if I was on vacation and I came every year in October or something, it'd be different because then it'd just be part of like your tradition. But being a local, it's just, yeah. I go to the Magic Kingdom so much. It's just not worth it. Joasia, swimming with dolphins was an experience. Oh, you got to do that too? That's lucky. I still haven't been over there to Discovery Cove at SeaWorld. Not So Scary says, even though I'm not so scary, I'm going to the Mickey's Not So Scary Halloween party. I have to agree with you. It is expensive and it really doesn't change. I do thoroughly enjoy it, but you're right. Yeah, Booty You Parade is my favorite parade. I love it. I mean, the trick-or-treating's fun, but yep, at the end of the day, is it worth me spending $200 this year? Probably not. So he just says, it's raining here as well. British weather back to normal. That's right. It was working very well when we were over there in Diagon Alley. Set the mood perfectly instead of those normal super bright sunny days we get. Yoshi says you should name your rig Bubba. Oh no. We don't need any Bubba. We don't need any Bubba on this channel, Yosh. Haven't thought of Bubba in a long time. That was kind of a nickname for me for some people for a few years because of a interaction I had with a person at a football game one time. But we don't need to get into that. It's another one of those, someone behind me not happy with me for some, just because I'm big. He was not happy that he couldn't see over me at the game. I tried to explain to him there's not much I can do about that. But he kept calling me Bubba. And I did not appreciate that. Neri, Joasia, it's going to be raining a lot in Miami, and yesterday we had so many thunderstorms. Neri, I had a massive storm where I live. I'm just south of Disney. And Lily's life dad had called me to talk about something, and right as he calls me, I think it was raining harder than the rain I had from Milton, Hurricane Milton last fall. And that was the hardest rain I'd ever seen. But it was crazy yesterday afternoon. And then I'm looking at streams. Disney's like 5 miles away, and it wasn't raining. Joy just says, I think our rain won't stop now until November. Yeah, we're kind of in that same situation here. I mean, it's not like this most days, but we'll get rain almost every day here in Florida, usually around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. But you have to understand, it is hurricane season here, beginning in June all the way through like November. So you can always get weather like this. People always say hurricane season down here is in the fall, but it is actually from June on. You just don't see it very often. But this year we're seeing some tropical storms and things out in the ocean, so it can always happen. And Not So Scary Mary TV says, TPG, I would love to know how you lost the weight. If you want to share, if not, that's cool, but proud of you. You look great. Oh yeah, absolutely, Neri. So for years I did every crash diet. I've done everything. I've done Atkins, I've done keto, I actually did a doctor monitored. It's like a 2 or 3 month thing where for the first 6 weeks it was all liquid. Like you only drank these shakes, and you got like a granola bar or something every day, like a protein bar. That was my only food. So I did that for like 6 weeks, and then you slowly introduce food back in. And I lost a ton of weight on that, but once I got back on food, I ate terribly. So it didn't work very well for me. What worked for me though, in 2019, I remember I was about 385 pounds. I was hanging out. I had a friend in town. We were going to see Tool. My favorite band was in Des Moines playing a concert, and he flew in from Denver to hang out. In Des Moines, we were hanging out down in the bar area, and you have to walk up this hill to get to the arena. And I just remember it was like the first kind of warm day of the spring there. And I just was like sweating. I was out of breath. And I just remember thinking like, I'm done. I got to quit. Being like this. And I was an alcoholic at the time. I slowly started to quit drinking. I weaned off the alcohol to the point where within about 3 or 4 months, I wasn't drinking at all, where I had been drinking every night for a couple years. That alone, I lost about 35 or 40 pounds. So once I saw that, just not drinking, I'd lost all that. Then I went into more of, I do intermittent fasting. So I only eat dinner. I only eat like dinner time. I won't eat all day until the evening, but I eat what I want. I just limit my calories. And so what the intermittent fasting does for me, because I'm a big eater, always have been, but I still get that meal where I get to eat whatever I want and satiate that need of if I really want to eat, I can. It works for me. I mean, I eat pizza, I eat burgers, I eat whatever. I just eat less. I eat ice cream almost every night. I've talked about that on stream, but I just pick and choose, and I just limit calories, and it works for me. But all I do, I've only walked. I haven't been to the gym. Don't work out. So yeah, That's what I've done, Neri. But it works for me. It's not for everybody. But honestly, I just kind of count calories. And the intermittent works for me just because I am a type 2 diabetic. So with the intermittent fasting, it does help with your glucose levels, where your glucose only peaks once when you eat. Where if I eat 3 times a day, my glucose peaks 3 times. And when your glucose is up, you don't burn the fat. So just some how the body works, but everybody's different. Let's see. Chat jumped on me. Maria says, update. I'm a bit more awake after the coffee. That's awesome. Got to get some coffee. I already had my morning caffeine today. Maria, yay. I'm so happy you're a bit more awake, says Neri. Maria says, so the plan is to ask a team member if we can ride and stream in some rides. Which rides are we thinking? So I know we can do ET. I know we can do the train. I'm not really sure what else we can do over here. I don't think we can do Transformers, because the problem is with some of the video, since it's like IP stuff, they don't like that either. But yeah, I know ET, I know the train, I know Jimmy Fallon can allow it, but they may shut the ride down. So over here, I'm likely only going to do ET and the train, and then over at the other park, we can do Cat in the Hat. We can do the trolley ride in Seuss Landing. And then I'm not sure what else. Oh, and we can do the Minions Blast attraction, which we'll have to do over here. So yeah, Maria, we'll figure out a couple things that go on. Neri says, Maria, it's always great having you in the chat. You're so delightful. Yes, she is, Neri. Always great to have Maria in here. Great to have everybody in here, right? I usually only drink water, but yeah, today feels like so tired. I've been on so many times. All that smoke in the air, getting you tired. Joy just says, hey, CJL. Oh, did I miss CJL coming in? Well, welcome in, CJL. That chat must have dropped on me. Great to have you back, CJL. Thanks for being in here. And Joey just says, TPG, if you go on Mummy Ride, I'll get myself a seatbelt ready. Well, we can't stream Mummy, unfortunately. That's when you got to get a locker for everything, and they definitely do not allow cameras on that one. I wish, because that is a really cool coaster. Although this whole second half's kind of in the dark, but that first half would be cool to show. Maria says, oh, Mary, you're delightful too. Joasia, details were amazing and epic. Oh man, it's over the top. The detail, the theming, just the grand scale of everything. Some of the biggest, I think the biggest, buildings and just set pieces to a land that I've seen, maybe outside of probably Tokyo Disneyland, Disney Sea. But yeah, it's epic is impressive. Like I've said, since I walked in there, it's the second best park I've been to in terms of theming and detail. It's really a park that you can just take your time. Yeah, they have 11 rides, and some of them are pretty thrilling, but I can just go walk around there and hang out and have an awesome time. It reminds me more of a Epcot type park. So, and then the cool thing with Celestial Park, which is like the main hub area over there, they're going to eventually move to where Celestial Park is free and open to the public at all times. Well, not all times, but you won't need a park ticket to get in there, and you only need your park ticket if you're going into any of the portals. So Celestial Park will be like kind of a CityWalk, like a hangout spot, and you'll be able to pay if you want to ride the Carousel or Stardust Racers, which is the dueling launched roller coaster over there. So I think that's going to be a really cool thing when they switch over to that, because Celestial Park at night is stunning. It's a super cool place to hang out. That'll be my hangout spot, I guarantee it. Maria says, I hate the contracts. That's the reason Venom hasn't truly been in a Spider movie. Eddie Brock is Spider-Man's true rival. Makes me angry. I thought that Venom had been in some movies, although I haven't watched. I think the last Spider-Man I watched was Spider-Man 2 with Tobey Maguire. That was before the Venom with, wasn't Topher Grace the first Venom? Did I get that right? I thought Topher Grace was. There's CJL. Hi, everyone. Hi, CJL. Thanks for being here. Not So Scary Mary TV says, Thad, thank you for sharing your story. So proud of you. Thank you, Neri. Yep. Yeah, this last go around, I was, like I said, I was about 385 pounds. Before that, my biggest, I was 440 at my biggest. So I've lost a lot of weight because I'm right around 270 these days. Still want to lose about 40 or 50 more pounds, but I'm pretty happy where I'm at the same time, especially knowing where I've been. Yoshi Joshua says, what Crocs are you wearing today? No Crocs today, just my normal Nike park shoes to walk in. Oh, let me flip them around quick. Pretty plain Jane, boring, just gray tennis shoes. Not gonna wear any of my Jordans out today. And I'm never ever gonna wear Crocs in the park. I do own Crocs, but I couldn't walk in those. I couldn't walk in Crocs all day. I'm not barefoot, and I'm not gonna walk around in Crocs and socks. Gabby, your fave, 625. Hi, well, welcome in, Gabby. That's a new name here. Good to see you. Thanks for coming in. We're hanging out over here, having a giant day of fun at a rainy Universal Studios right now. We're just chilling over here at the bar in the Springfield area. Hoping it passes, but we'll probably get moving here shortly because I see I'm almost caught up with the chat finally. Yeah, welcome in, Gabby. Thanks for being here. Park Bros says, Mummy would be awesome to see. People would enjoy it. I feel like it's short, but probably because I like it. I love Mummy. Like I said, I think they did a really cool job with like that dark ride portion before it turns into the roller coaster. The coaster portion's pretty short, but the overall ride time's decent just because you do get the dark ride. Because you get, what, 3 or 4 rooms of that with, the animatronics and all the set pieces and stuff. So, yeah, Mummy would be a great one to stream. Unfortunately, we cannot. TB, welcome in, TB. Those are my initials too, so welcome in, TB. How'd you get off the alcohol? I just decided one day I wasn't gonna do it anymore. And I know I was addicted. Like, there were many, many times where I was like, oh, I'm not gonna drink tonight, and the next thing I know, I'd be at the liquor store on the way home buying stuff. And then part of it too with me, I was miserable. I had a miserable job for a few years. Just absolutely couldn't have been more miserable at this company I was at. And I did 2 different jobs there, and I thought I was miserable in the first one, and the second one was worse. So that was a big reason I became an alcoholic. Like, I'd always been a binge drinker on the weekends. Like, my friends, we like to party. And so, yeah, I was a big binge drinker. I'd never been a guy to sit and drink by myself. And then I noticed I was drinking by myself at night. I'd never done that. Probably a good 2 years. I would get pretty drunk almost every night, like blackout. Pretty bad. But yeah, I don't know. Just something clicked in my head where I was like, you need to do something. Part of it too, like my knees were starting to bother me, like walking up and down stairs. And then I just realized, like, I am not being good to my body at all. So alcohol was the first thing I cut out. So October 24th, 2019 was my official day I decided I was going to be sober. So yeah, coming up on 6 years here this fall. But yeah, I didn't do Alcohol Anonymous or anything. I'd had a therapist for years and we talked about it. So he helped me through it, but a lot of it was I just decided I was done and I quit cold turkey for the most part. I slowly weaned off it a little bit. But yeah, for the most part, it was pretty much cold turkey. Joy just says, same Maria, I'm so happy that we're at Universal today. Thanks, TPG. Absolutely, Joyza. I saw her we're being kind of boring here, not showing a lot of it the last 30, 45 minutes, but yeah, we'll get back out there here. Gabby, your fave. Hello there. Thank you for joining us today in the chat. We're so happy you're here. Absolutely. Welcome in, Gabby. Always great to have new people in here. Always great to have new giant fans of fun in the community. Thanks for saying hi in the chat, letting us know you're here. Maria says, Spider-Man 3 kind of has Venom, but no, I don't count that or that cameo. That wasn't a Venom movie with Spider-Man either. We're so close, but yeah, I think Sony and Marvel issues messed all that up. Yeah, I know there's the whole Sony Spider-Man versus Marvel Spider-Man. I've never understood the difference there, because I know people don't seem to like the Sony Spider-Man very much. Maria says, I appreciate the Venom movies, however, but much better with Spider-Man to have that dynamic done. Done with my rant, LOL. No worries at all. Benny says, so, not so scary, Mary. We won't be able to mobile order Thad any treats. No worries, Benny. I don't eat in the parks very often. But I do appreciate you thinking of me. Yoshi says, do you need a flaming Mo? I'll buy you one. I'm good, bud. Appreciate it. I've had it before. It's cool, one time. Here it says, nope, but we could tell him to drink a Powerade. Maria says, glad you are a sober man. Well, thank you, Maria. I am too. I'll say I'm California sober, as the term goes, but I don't drink alcohol anymore. And Yoshi says, I can attest our friends drank hard. Yes, Yoshi knows. And some still do drink hard. Even in our mid to late 40s. I don't know how they do it. Well, I do. I used to do it, so. And Maria says, better for you, heart. Well, thank you, Maria. Yep, I feel so much better. I know, and I'm just a happier person, too, so. Oh, we got a $5 super chat. Not so scary, Mary TV. We love you, TPG. Get a Powerade. Well, thank you so much, Not So Scary. I appreciate that. I'm just drinking my water here. We're actually going to go find a freestyle machine. Or maybe I'll bug a bartender to I can get some water. But thank you so much, Neri and Benny. I appreciate that super chat. You guys are the best. Love you guys. So happy I met you guys. Amazing having you in the community and just being actual friends. Looking forward to next time you guys are up here in the parks. Can't wait to get my next big fat Cuban hug from Neri. And always good to see Benny too. But thank you so much, guys, for that super chat. I appreciate it. Aurora says, hi, Neri. Maria says, Mary MVP. That's right, Maria. Maria says, TPG, did you get your PayPal link up or around? So I was looking at that yesterday. I have a PayPal. I need to get an LLC created because I think I want to have my YouTube funnel through that instead of me as a person, and I need to do some behind the scenes stuff on that because I've already associated my YouTube to a personal account. So I don't know. I need to figure that out, but I was gonna do it today. I was gonna throw my personal one in there, but I don't have alerts set up either. So if someone did donate, I wouldn't know. So I don't want to do that yet. But yeah. I do apologize. I'll get that. I'll try to get that up and running today. I just didn't want, if people were going to donate, for me to not acknowledge it. I'd feel really bad. So, yeah, I am going to get that up and running. I promise. Yes. Thank you for asking again, Maria. I appreciate it. Aurora says, just gave you my like button. Thank you. Thank you, Aurora. Appreciate that. Maria says, I'd just rather give directly to you than YouTube is all. I appreciate that, Maria. Yep, you know. YouTube takes a big cut, so. And Veronica de los Santos, hello, this stream is current, 7:15 So yeah, something happened, Veronica, when I started the stream. It actually pulled tomorrow's stream in for Hollywood Studios, but we are actually, it is today, the 15th, and we are actually at Universal Studios over here in Orlando. So yeah, sorry for the confusion on that. That's never happened to me before, but it's showing the wrong thing, so I do apologize. Maria says, if not, Super Chat is fine. If you're cool waiting, Maria, I'd prefer to wait till I get that up there, but either way is fine. I'm not going to ever say no to donations. As always, they're not expected, but greatly appreciated. So huge thanks again to Not So Scary Mary TV and Benny. Maria says, Veronica, we're live right now. Hello. Antonio Tower in the chat. Hey, Tony. Tony says, hey. Any tower sightings so far? Not today, Tony. The thumbnail may have misled you, but we're over here at Universal Studios today. Not your favorite Hollywood Studios, unfortunately. So we have not had any tower sightings as of yet. And I don't think we're going to. My zoom on my camera doesn't work that well. Pile Adventures, hope you're having a great day. Haven't been able to listen too much due to work. We're great to still be able to see it. Well, thanks for being here, Pile Adventures. Make sure you check out Pile Adventures. He's a friend of the channel. He's been working hard. He's building out his channel, but he's doing a ton of behind-the-scenes stuff for the rest of the streaming community. He's worked on that multi-view. That's his baby, his creation. So check out that multi-view page where you can watch a bunch of different streamers all at the same time. It is pretty cool. You can participate in the chats. You can choose which one you want to have the audio on for, but yeah, you can have like 9 people going at once. So if people are over there at Magic Kingdom showing the fireworks, you'll get multiple different angles of it if you pull that up. So make sure you check that out. All right, we're gonna get moving here. Still raining, but we're at least caught up on the chat. I just feel like not ignoring you guys. May need a bathroom break here. I don't know. Maybe we'll do ET first, and then we'll think about finding a bathroom. Yeah, let's get to this. Got the umbrella out, and we're back into Springfield. Obviously, I'm a pretty big fan of the Springfield area. While I don't like the Simpsons ride very much, I used to come over here and I'd kind of laugh at the people running around in the Harry Potter, robes and with their wands and stuff. And then they just kind of quietly built this Springfield. Just didn't even announce it really. People just noticed, hey, I think they're building Springfield over there. Because the ride had already been here a few years. And so they put all this in, and the first time I came over here, I was like a kid in a candy store. I could not have been happier running around, big smile on my face. Seeing Duff Man, seeing all the characters, I love it. It's enough for a nerd like me to be very happy. Let's see here. Trying to read chat as I walk. Yeah, welcome Antonio Tower. Great to have you back here. Always good to see Tony. It is a blah day over here, no doubt. And here is the entrance to the Simpsons ride. So this used to be the Back to the Future attraction, way back in the day. I believe Back to the Future was an original ride for this park. I think so. Could be wrong on that. And they did this makeover, oh geez, probably around 2008 or 9 or so. I remember my mom lived down here at the time, so that would be right around that time frame. But it is, I would say it's probably at the end of its life as an attraction. I'd like to see something go in here. There's always rumors over here that Universal's going to do something with Pokemon. And a lot of people think Springfield and the Simpsons ride will be what gets replaced for that. So yeah. There's always rumors about, you know, new rides, new lands. There's always the rumors over at Islands of Adventure. They have the Lost Continent area where they basically have left that just kind of slowly die over the years. Because they have the, like, Sinbad attraction that's over there. That hasn't been open in years. Then you have the old Poseidon's Fury show. That has been closed for a couple years now. I'm gonna grab some water while I'm here. 1 second. Gotta put the umbrella away first. I'm always a big advocate over here at Universal of the use of the freestyle machines. It's nice because then you don't have to bug a cast member or a team member to get you water or anything. You just walk right up, you get some cold filtered water. Oh man, it's raining harder than I thought. Didn't get the umbrella out before I walked back out into it, but we haven't had a real ugly day like this in a while, where it just rains and rains and rains like this. What would you guys rather prefer? Just a drizzly day like this where you can still get out and do things, like they're not shutting their eyes down, there's no lightning? Or would you rather just have that 1 or 2 hour torrential downpour and then it's done for the day? Me, I prefer the torrential downpour and you're just done with it. I get much more annoyed where it just rains all day long. I'm guessing I cannot stream Men in Black, but I'm gonna ask. It is a cool ride. Question for you. Can I stream on this ride? No, I didn't think so. All right, appreciate it. So there's our answer. Nope. You cannot stream on Men in Black, Alien Attack. Got some Will Smith popping in the background here. It is a cool building though, straight out of the movies. And they've got the where are those? They've got those like spaceship tower things right here. I'm too close to them right now. Yep, looks pretty similar to the movie, the original. There they are. Through the rain, we'll see them. Gonna duck into this Men in Black shop quick. I do have a friend that works in here sometimes, so I always like to see if he's working. I'm sure he'll not be happy that I'm streaming if I do see him, so. This is kind of a mishmash of merch store in here. It's not all Men in Black. You've got like Dragon Ball Z. Like, I don't even know. We got a lot of anime stuff going on here, and I do not know anime at all. Hunter x Hunter, yeah. No idea. Demon Slayer, I've actually heard of Demon Slayer, because I think they make video games based on that stuff. I've at least heard that term. Jujutsu Kaisen, oh boy. I am definitely out of my element here. My Hero Academy. I just never ever watched anime. When I was in Japan, I actually did a tour of the, oh geez, what's the huge studio over there? Oh man, Studio Ghibli. Some of my friends wanted to go check out. They have a really cool like tour of this. It's like a museum in Tokyo. So we did that one day. It was really cool. But yeah, I had absolutely no idea what I was looking at. There was some cool stuff. Back here, this is some Marvel merch, and you'll notice they're usually. At Universal, it's the comic book characters, whereas Disney, it's the movie characters, so that's the difference. That's why they always look kind of different. You know, Captain America doesn't look like the New Age one. Iron Man doesn't really look like, you know, our current version of Iron Man, so... The Marvel Superhero Island always looks a little different over there because it is the comic book stuff. But we got some Ghostbusters merch here. Now this, we got a Slimer shirt, aka Onion Head. I believe was his original name. It's always a running joke on a podcast I listen to. So I like this Slimer bag. Ghostbusters tank top with the iconic logo. We got some more Ghostbusters merch. Yeah, this makes me think. I mean, they're really pushing Ghostbusters here. That's why I think we might get some sort of Ghostbusters attraction. Oh, I like this sweatshirt. Very plain, but I like that. Sometimes it's okay to have plain theme park gear. These Ghostbusters slippers. Who You Gonna Call? I got like a Stanley water bottle thing. It's the blue shirt with the Ghostbusters logo. I like that too. I feel like I need more Ghostbusters merch in my life. Of course, we got Back to the Future here. A huge movie franchise. Even though they don't have any Back to the Future attractions right now, they still sell a lot of merch. I think is it the 40th anniversary of that right now? Battlestar Galactica? I was not expecting to see that in here. Well, that's kind of a cool 80s Back to the Future tie-dye design there. Stay Puft Marshmallow Man figure. Got a hoverboard. The hoverboard's $3,200. Oh, it's actually signed by some of the actors. Okay. And we got, this is all Men in Black stuff. Yep, don't see my friend in here, so get on the move again. Randy says, sorry, I've been stalking in the background. That's all right, Randy. We got a lot of Ninja Watchers, you know. Not everybody can always be participating in the chat, so. We'll take our Ninja Watchers, or stalkers, as you refer to yourself. Just a yucky day over here at Universal. Well, the wind's picking up. I'm worried my umbrella's about to flip inside out here. Yeah, Randy. Always good to have you stalking me. Trying to navigate here. The umbrella makes it tough. Mary on the move. Mary on the move's here. Morning from the West Coast. Good morning, Mary. Great to see you. I know you're a big Universal fan, so welcome in. Chat's jumping all over here. All the Simpsons-themed boardwalk games here. Sideshow U, Wild and Willie, There She Throws, and of course Strike 3 with the Albuquerque Isotopes mascot there.
Your performance today, second stage.
Here's the Hanging Kodos, Twirl and Hurl.
Pretending compared about your sport.
And I think we'll make our way over here to ET. Make sure we can stream it, and then we'll go for a ride on it. Of course, got all the Duff Beer characters. Sleazy, Queasy, Surly, my favorite, Surly. Tipsy. Surly looks out for one guy, Surly. We got Dizzy, Remorseful, and Edgy. And then we've got, of course, the Jebediah Springfield statue here. Of course, he killed a bear. And one of those little Easter eggs I love. A noble spirit, and Biggins, the smallest man. And if you don't think embiggens is a word, I've got news for you. It is a perfectly cromulent word. Sorry, these are Simpsons references here. Chief Wiggum with his lard lad donut. Oh, we should walk into Moe's probably while we're over here, huh? Oh, we'll walk through the Quickie Mart too. Geez, almost 1 o'clock already. Wow. Time is flying for just wandering around a rainy park. Not riding anything and just chatting, but I didn't think it'd already be 1 o'clock. And here's the Quickie Mart. No surprise. A ton of Simpsons merch in here. Got Itchy and Scratchy, Of course, the Tom and Jerry parody from the show. You got Homer's slippers, Homer's shirt, pants, some Krusty the Clown stuff. You got Santa's little helper back there, Santos El Helper. If you're ever ordering a credit card, then they do have the giant Lard Lad donuts for sale here. A lot of Duff beer paraphernalia and merch. Giant Duff beer can, stuffed. Slippers. Thank you, come again. And of course they do sell Duff beer over here. I had a few Duff beers back in the day. It was all right. And we're gonna head into Moe's. And it's just like out of the show. Got Moe's Tavern in here. Got Barney here at the end of the bar. Got the Love Tester, which is a reference from an episode. The pool table, dartboard, all the booths. Of course, you can belly up to the bar, have some Duff beer, have a flaming Moe. Or you can continue in here, and they do have a food court. It's actually decent food in here. They've improved it over the last couple years, but you got the Frying Dutchman seafood, Lisa's Tea House of Horror, Luigi's Pizza, Cletus's Chicken Shack, and then there's a burger place over there, Krusty Burger. But if you're a Simpsons fan, it is pretty awesome to see all this. And then they do have this massive mural here with like every character that's ever appeared in the show. When you have hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of episodes like they do, there's a lot of characters that pop in and out. All right. And then as we leave Springfield, got the Lard Lad Donuts sign and Bumblebee Man's Tacos. And here's our little head nods to Back to the Future still here in the park. Got the DeLorean. And of course, you got the train from Back to the Future 3. The Jules Verne train. So they still like to show Back to the Future a little love. I would love to see like an updated Back to the Future attraction. You could do so much with that franchise. And it's still such a hugely popular franchise. Could definitely do a lot with it. Doesn't have to be a simulator ride anymore. Especially with the stuff Universal's been building lately. And making our way back here into the DreamWorks area. And you can see the E.T. Adventure straight ahead. It's like a 20-minute wait for it. Not bad. I feel like every time I've been over here the last few months, it's 50 or 60 minutes. And so I don't ride it. 20? Absolutely. Got these SpongeBob store pants. I wish they had a SpongeBob attraction. Like, I know I'm old and whatever, but and I was too old when SpongeBob came out to watch it. Like, I was out of college, but my roommates and I used to watch it all the time. The show's hilarious. I would argue it's funnier as an adult than it is as kids. I love shows that are... I love a good cartoon like that can be funny for the adults watching, and the kids love it too. All right, E.T. Adventure here. All right, I think I am going to take a quick restroom break here. Oh, never seen all these SpongeBob posters over here. Free cheers for fashion that really wails. Thanks, Pearl. All right. So I'm gonna need a few minutes here just to pause. Got to tear everything down, put it in my bag, use the restroom, and then we'll be back and we'll go for a ride on ET. We'll go save his home planet.
Just wait for a minute, don't you go. Theme park giant will return, you know. Magic's here, it won't fade. Back real soon, just keep Just wait for a minute, don't you go. Theme park giant will return, you know. Magic's here, it won't fade. Back real soon, just keep the faith. But hold on tight, gotta step away. Don't go far, I'll be back to play. Just wait for a minute, don't you go. Theme park giant will return, you know. Magic's here, it won't fade. Back real soon, just keep the faith. A quick break, a little rest. Streaming theme parks, it's the best. Just wait for a minute, hold on tight. Theme park giant will be right back. A quick break, a little rest. Streaming theme parks, it's the best. Just wait for a minute, hold on tight. Theme park giant will be right back. A quick break, a little rest. Streaming theme parks, it's the best. Just wait for a minute, hold on tight. Theme park giant will be right back. Be right back. Be right back. Theme park giant will be right back. Theme park giant will be right back. Theme park giant will be right back. Just wait for a minute, don't you go. Theme park giant will return, you know. Magic.
All right. Just opened my umbrella and it flew out of my hand. So we're back. Appreciate everybody being patient while we took a quick little restroom break there. And now, oh my gosh, guys, we're gonna ride something. How exciting. And I'm genuinely excited because it's been so long since I've been on this. I will confirm here with one of these team members. That guy was occupied. But I will confirm that we can stream on here just to make sure.
Filling any available slot. Any slot is open. Any slot is open.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Just to make sure I can take this on the ride.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. All right. And we get to ride and stream. I don't have to have my umbrella out for once. Yay!
There, take off your ponchos.
All right, trying to get caught up a little bit here. And no, now we're gonna get to the pre-show. All right. There'll probably be some sort of line inside the actual queue here, so we'll get caught up a little bit.
Hello, I'm Steven Spielberg, and it's my pleasure to welcome you to the E.T. adventure. But I'm afraid we don't have much time, so I'm going to cut right to the chase. E.T. needs your help. Now, we've just received an urgent message from E.T.'s teacher, Botanicus, calling for E.T. to come home right away. You see, a big problem has developed 3 million light years away on E.T.'s home world, the Green Planet. E.T.'s friends are in danger because their planet is dying. Remember what E.T.'s friends look like, because it's going to be up to you to help E.T. find them once we get him home, and there's not a moment to lose, because only E.T.'s magic healing touch can save his friends and bring his planet back to health. E.T. must go home, and only you can help him. Ah, E.T. Oh, that's right, E.T. So why don't you show these people how we're going to get you back to the Green Planet? You and E.T. will be making your 3 million light year journey on these bikes, but don't worry, you don't have to pedal. But you will need an interplanetary passport. So before you leave with E.T., tell your first name to one of our assistants, and they'll give you your pass. Oh, sounds like E.T.'s ready to go. So good luck, everyone. And remember, E.T.'s counting on you, and so am I. Oh. It's up to you to save his planet so that he may visit us again.
Let's go save E.T.'s planet.
I like it. Are there even going to be any titles on the bus?
And it is a really cool queue. So we have to get our passport here.
Your name?
Thad, T-H-A-D.
Your name?
Thank you. So I have my adventure passport. I can't believe they still do this. So they take your name, and then at the end, you turn them all in when you get on the ride, and then E.T. will say your name sometimes. It doesn't say everybody's. I've always loved this queue. What you got here? Express pass to the left, okay. And sometimes there'll be a little show. His teacher will come up here. There'll be smoke and fog and everything that comes out. It only happens every so often. First we got E.T.'s phone that he made using the record player and the coat hanger. straight out of the movie. And E.T.'s Q building has a distinct smell. It's kind of like Pirates of the Caribbean water. You know, just those smells that bring you back, nostalgia. Yeah. All right, back to the chat here. John Tessor, thank you for being on chat. Oh, wait. John Tessor says, hello, Semper Fi. Well, Semper Fi, John. Are you a Marine, John? If so, thank you for your service. And Semper Fi. John says, thank you for being on chat. Absolutely. Thanks for being in here, John. Appreciate you stopping by the channel, saying hello. Just having a good time over here at Universal Studios Orlando today. John says, thanks. Thank you all for being there, especially the little ones. He knows. Mary the Moose says, like the Dark Universe shirt. Ah, yeah, I love this shirt. I thought about buying it for a couple months, and I was like, I don't like black shirts here in Orlando, but I just kept seeing it. And then when my friends invited me to one of the team member previews, I was like, all right. So I was over here. I bought it at CityWalk at the store. I do love this Dark Universe shirt. And it's actually like light, so I do like it. Got a Packer fan walking past us, so we'll ignore them. Yeah, I love Dark Universe, Mary. It's so good. Joy just says, looks like the same weather we have today. But we're not the UK. It's not supposed to be like this. And you've had hot weather over there. John says, we do regular always, unless we have special needs. 2 ears there, one day, mainly saying hello. Yoshi says, was I the only person to get kicked out of the stream? Oh, Yoshi got kicked out? Julio says, hello, California. The entrance to Walt's Barn is at 5202 Zoo Drive. All right. Good to know. Any of our Southern Californians ever gone out to Walt's Barn? I feel like Mary on the Moon's probably been there. Veronica de los Santos, how's the weather out there? Heard about the tropical storms crossing Florida. We'll be driving to Florida from Texas early Friday morning. It's been stormy lately. Oh, one please. Okay.
Thank you. How many?
3.
We're almost here to the loading station. Yeah, Veronica, in Florida's such a big state, you know, it depends where you're at. But Orlando has been getting rocked here the last couple days. Today is just a constant, like, heavy sprinkle. It's not like pouring or anything, and there's no lightning, but it's just more of an annoying.
No photography or video recording. Always follow team member instructions and ask for assistance if needed. Thanks for your attention. Enjoy your flying bicycle.
All right, everybody. We'll be on the next one here. It is one of the cooler ride vehicles. Actually looks like you're sitting on a bike. Okay, we'll see you all in a few minutes. I'm going to E.T.'s home planet. We'll be back.
For your safety, remain seated at all times, keeping hands and feet inside the vehicle. supervise children. Hold on to lap restraints and charges. No photography or video recording. Always follow team member instructions and ask for assistance if needed. Thanks for your attention. Enjoy your flying bicycle ride.
Wash your hands. Perfect.
Got some unauthorized people ready to make. Wait, they got ET! They're getting away. Cut them off!
See, they're coming at us. Oh, I lost it. The headway, light stream. Everyone's light. See ya. Go, let's go. Oh! Hold on right there. Whoa!
E.T. go home. Tickly. Ouch. Welcome home. This is Hagrid. Magdal.
You have saved our planet! Come, celebrate with us!
Goodbye, friends. Nathan, Nora, Erin, Alex, Bertha, Nada, Elizabeth, Eric.
Didn't say my name.
Hands and feet inside the booth. The table where asked for this.
Thank you. Such a cute ride. Still sprinkling. I might walk around a little because it's not too bad. I don't want to get my umbrella out so I can keep talking to you guys as much as possible. All right, hope everybody enjoyed ET. I believe E.T. and the Monster Makeup Show are the only two original attractions here. I could be wrong on that, but that sounds right to me in my head because everything else I can think of that was here in the 90s is gone. So we're walking back into the DreamWorks area here. So here's the Shrek meet and greet. That's Shrek's house. This all opened last summer. So it's been kind of a mishmash back here. It used to be like Fievel's Playland. They used to have a water slide thing back here. And then they had the Woody Woodpecker roller coaster here, which has been rethemed to the Troller Coaster. And then now we've got this like Shrek Swamp playground here. There's actually you got Pinocchio up here in the little tree house. Animatronic. Got some little ogre stroller parking. We'll get back to the chat here. Josh Van Rys like Yoshi says Pikachu is a better yellow character. Oh, are you saying than the Simpsons? Oh, Yoshi, don't go trolling me now. Got some troll treats here. Brozone berry soft serve. And here's the Trolls Troller Coaster I was talking about earlier. Doesn't look like it's running right now because of the weather. But this is basically pretty standard, like Vekoma roller skater type model. But they did retheme it to the Trolls. The train's pretty cute. And then, so I did ride this once. Well, I rode it when it was Woody Woodpecker one time, just to get the credit. And then last summer, a friend of mine, a local here, and he's a big coaster guy like I am, we decided one Saturday, let's try to ride every roller coaster at all the major Orlando parks. So every roller coaster over here at Universal and Islands of Adventure. SeaWorld, because it's so far out of the way, and we didn't include Busch, because that's a whole nother beast to drive all that. But when we came over and did the Troller Coaster, we're the only two people on it. So I rode in the front seat and then he rode in the back, and he was telling the team members what we were doing because he actually had printed off a spreadsheet and was checking things off as we went. Oh, you can see the Troller Coaster train here. It's got a funny little face on it. Yeah, so we rode it, and when we got back to the station, the woman that was up front running the ride said to me, she's like, hold on a second, we're getting you guys something. And so they gave us, when kids ride the Troller Coaster and it's like their first roller coaster ever, they give them a certificate that says like they rode the Troller Coaster or whatever. And it's like a big deal. And so they gave me and my friend Eric that same certificate as if we were like children. And it's just really cute. Just a fun little thing they did for us just to make our day even more fun. So Back here we do have the Poe live show. I was about to get started, but I kind of need to get over to Islands of Adventure at some point here today, don't I? Oh, got a splash pad here. I didn't even notice that. I was about to walk through. And the pond of perpetual wetness over here. A few different splash pad areas. You get doused over there. Nice on a hot day if you're a kid. And John Tesor says, been there once, Universal Road, Back to the Future, Jurassic Park ride, not done yet, I'm back now. Dad's idea in all places, we were the first to do that. Maybe some books coming from me. Funny Tower says, any Rick and Morty merch by chance? I've never seen any Rick and Morty merch over here, but if I do, Tony, I'll let you know. And there's another show back in this building too. That's all the DreamWorks characters. The DreamWorks Imagination Celebration. Tony says, I didn't watch much anime. Studio Ghibli. Maria says, I like anime, but the newer stuff isn't my thing. Yeah, I tried in like college because someone told me about Ghost in the Machine. He was a big anime guy, and I tried to watch it, and I just doesn't do anything for me. I think it was Ghost in the Machine.
I want to take your guys' picture with the high five.
Your picture.
I did forget when I came back from that restroom break earlier. I got 2 texts from friends who must be watching the stream saying, your pause music's awesome. So thanks to Yoshi and Richard for messaging me on that. But while I'm thinking about it, make sure you check out Beach Fox Life. He made some absolute bangers for my channel. Beach Fox Life. He's got a YouTube channel. Description to it or a link to his channel in the description here. So check out Beach Fox Life. Doing some awesome music for a lot of us streamers here. We're super appreciative of it. So thank you. Go check out Beach Fox Life. Tony says, I only saw Spirited Away, Pokemon, My Neighbor Totoro, My Hero Academy, and Yu-Gi-Oh! I've heard of most of those. I know Spirited Away people love. Our boys seem to hear about Spirited Away. Joey just says, haha, I'm a big fan of Studio Ghibli. That's why our husky Haku is from Spirited Away. Oh, okay. Well, good to know. Now I'm going to have to go look up who Haku is, the character, so I can see. Although after walking around Studio Ghibli, I'm sure I'll recognize the character once I do see it. But that's awesome, Joasia. Hope your husky's doing a little better. Hope it's not so hot. I know Haku was pretty miserable the other day in the heat. Tony says, same here, Joasia. I'm still trying to get a taste for Castle in the Sky. Joasia says, I loved all of it. Joasia, Tony. Uniqlo have big Studio Ghibli collection now. Andrew Ford, Thad, first time going to Universal on last week of December. Any must-do food? Well, first off, welcome in, Andrew Ford. Appreciate you being here and hopping in the chat. Must-do food at Universal. That's out. I think cowfish is pretty good. That's a nice mix of like burgers, sushi. It's kind of an interesting menu fusion. Burgers, it works. I've always had good meals there. Good things about, oh geez, is it Big Fire? I do like the Mexican place out there. I mean, it's decent Mexican food. It does well in a pinch. I will say Cafe La Bamba. I've had the tacos there during the Orlando Informer event, and they're really good for like quick service. I admittedly don't eat a ton over here, but I'd also say my go-to when I used to travel down here was the Central Park crepes. So they always have a savory and sweet option, and they do rotate the menu out. So let's see what it is right now. Okay, right now is the smoked brisket. So brisket, corn, apple hash, pepper jack, apple cider barbecue, and micro cilantro. That is my favorite. The smoked brisket is awesome. And then they do have the lemon blueberry and a strawberry hazelnut sweet crepe. But I think those are pretty well priced. They're huge, like it's a meal in itself, and they're really good. So if you're over at this park, I do like the Central Park crepe place. I mean, Mel's Drive-In's always good in a pinch, but it's just your standard, you know, theme park fare, burgers, fries, chicken fingers. I've never eaten at Finnegan's. I don't care for Luigi's, which is the Italian place back in New York. I think it's some of the worst pizza I've ever had anywhere. And their pasta doesn't look much better. And I haven't done any of the Minion stuff, but yeah, I know Disney restaurants way better. I just have never really eaten a ton over here. If we do, it's typically CityWalk or, like I said, that crepes place. So not sure if that helps you a lot, Andrew, but hopefully it helps a little bit. Let's walk down here by Transformers. Now, Andrew, Epic, I can actually talk a little bit more about the food. So if you're going to Epic Universe, I can give suggestions on that a little better. The French Cafe in the Harry Potter, the Ministry of Magic portal is the best quick service meal I've ever had. And pretty much everyone I ate with that day, we all got different things and everyone raved about what we did get. I've eaten at Das Steakhouse in Dark Universe. That was pretty good. Of the places I've eaten, it was my least favorite at Epic, but that's not to say it wasn't very good for a quick service place. And then I did eat dinner at the signature sit-down restaurant in the park, the Atlantic, which is more of a seafood place, but I did have a really good meal there, and the view is stunning. They have about a 4-story glass window, and it's right on the waterfront there. It's amazing. Oh my goodness, Transformers is 120 minutes right now. Woo, crazy. That tells you all the outdoor rides are shut down right now, so holy cow. 2 hours for Transformers. No thanks. And here he says, Andrew Ford, hi there, welcome to the chat. Joey just says, TPG, it'll probably feel like this in Universal UK soon. Rain every day. I am curious how that's going to work for like a Universal park. Because my assumption would be Universal wants to be open every day if they're building a resort somewhere. And I wonder how that's going to go in the UK. Let's see. Andrew Ford, how much are Duff beers? Oh, sorry, I missed that question earlier, Andrew. Gosh, they're probably 12 or 13 bucks these days. I'll have to see what like a draft beer is somewhere else, but I don't know. Since I don't drink anymore, I never look at that stuff. But I would guess around that $13 mark. It might be more. We're here at Mills. We got the classic cars out front. And occasionally you'll get a Marilyn Monroe character out here with some other like pinup girls that you can get pictures with. Looks like they're playing HHN music over here or something. And Jaylon's here. Hey, Jaylon, welcome in, welcome back, sir. Good to see you. Jaylon says hi, everyone. Hi, Jaylon. I absolutely do suggest, if you're here, make sure you check out the Universal Orlando Horror Makeup Show. It is hilarious. Still funny after all these years. Kind of one of those untouchable shows, I feel like, over here, but they do a great job with that. A good guest interaction. People getting pulled out of the crowd to do stuff, but it is very, very funny. And educational. Joasia says, I've been lucky and met Doc Brown. Yeah, Doc will be out and about over there by the DeLorean and the train sometimes. I'm guessing with the rain, a lot of the characters aren't out right now. Yeah, you can definitely meet Doc Brown here. I think sometimes they do have a Marty character too. Oh, we got a Back to the Future 40th anniversary. Is this the tribute store right now? Oh, just the ice cream shop. So Universal will do tribute stores throughout the year for different holidays or different movies and things. And they're always really well done. I don't think there is one right now. They're probably getting ready for HHN. And another tip. I don't like stunt shows. I typically don't even watch them at most parks. Or if I do, I don't really enjoy them. But the Bourne Stuntacular is the best stunt show I've ever seen. I actually will go out of my way to watch it every once in a while. It is fantastic. So make sure you check out that Jason Bourne show. Like I said, that's coming from a guy who does not enjoy stunt shows. And it is always really good. And of course the Wicked store up here. I'm not gonna walk through that today because we gotta get over to Islands for a little bit. It's already 1:40. Huh. You know, we've always got that alarm clock going off at home, little Barkley. So I can't just hang out all day at the parks. She's gonna have to go potty soon. And Yoshi says, excited for restroom break pause. Yeah. Get that music going, right? Maria says, Mall of America has SpongeBob rides. Yes, they do. Got the rock bottom plunge, I believe, is the roller coaster. But yeah, really good ride. One of those Euro fighters made by Gerstlauer, as we all know, of course. But it's a cool setting in the mall there. Yep, Mall of America has an actual amusement park inside of it. Aren't you like from Minnesota originally, Maria? I think you've mentioned that. And Josh Van Ryswick, aka Yoshi, says, anyone want to ask questions about TPG? I've been friends with him for 20 plus years. Oh boy, I hope no one took you up on that. I don't need Yoshi doing ask me anythings about me. I don't know what he'll say. The worst thing would be if he told the truth. So let's head out of here and we'll make our way across CityWalk over to Islands of Adventure. Have a great day. Yoshi and I have been friends for 20 plus years, but depending on if he gets any questions and what he answers, we may not be friends anymore. And now we'll take this little pathway here. Probably a lot of construction walls up here. You can see this mound of dirt over here. I was talking about it at the start of the stream. They are taking out Rip Ride Rocket next month. And they have not announced what the actual attraction is going to be yet, but it's clearly going to be a roller coaster. And they are already moving ground over here. So that's what I was saying earlier, that people get so frustrated with how slow Disney construction takes. Who knows how long the Cars stuff or Villains Land is going to take to complete everything, and it always seems to move at a snail's pace. And then you've got Universal over here. Rip Ride Rocket is still an operating attraction on a daily basis for the next month, and they're already working on getting the ground ready for the next ride. So that just shows the difference, I feel like, lately. I try to stay fairly positive about things, but Disney, so slow with construction. And one nice thing over here at Universal, it is just a quick walk down CityWalk from one park to the next. This is where you have all your things like Hard Rock Cafe, and then they have the Hard Rock Live Arena. They have concerts over there. On the other side is mostly the restaurants and stores. You got the huge sports bar, the grill, NBC Sports Grill Brew. There's Cowfish. I was talking about that earlier. One of my favorites. Epic Universe store. Big Fire. I've heard good things about that from some friends who've eaten just about everywhere in Orlando. Margaritaville is exactly what you'd expect it to be. And then, yeah, the pink building back there is that Mexican place I was talking about, and I can never think of the name of it. Maybe I can see it from here. Anojitos? Yeah, Anojitos. Oh, Chocolate Emporium's pretty good, actually. Amazing desserts, but their sandwiches were really good, too. So don't sleep on Twosome's Chocolate Emporium. I forgot about that. They're more known for their desserts, but I've had a couple really good sandwiches over there. Everything I've seen other people get looked just as good. Yeah, just don't think that's just a dessert place. Maria says, I wish I had questions today. I'm dead, LOL. So brain turned off. Truth be told, I usually think of a lot to talk about outside of the streams and then forget what I wanted to say when we go live, LOL. You sound like me, Maria. I feel like I always have a plan, or like, oh, I need to make sure I talk about this today. And then I get home and I'm like, no, we just went completely off the rails like we always do and just chat about whatever. So I get it. Oh, there's Beach Fox Life in the chat. That was some great pause sound there. Yeah, it was Beach Life. Thank you, sir. I was giving you some love there earlier, telling people to go check out your channel. So yeah, we'll do it again. Go check out Beach Fox Life. Link to his channel in my description to this stream. And I'm just doing something quick here before we get up there. Oh, those fans are blowing the rain right into my face. And again, I'm gonna get my ticket out. Get ready for a little facial recognition here. Hello, how are you?
I'm good, how are you?
I'm doing well.
Right through the camera, please.
All right, thank you. And we're in. I might need to get the umbrella out now. All right. I much prefer this park of the two Universal parks over here. So Epic is like, they couldn't find the land over near here. Sorry, grabbing my umbrella out of my bag here, 1 second. Might grab a little water too while I'm standing here. But yeah, so Epic, they had to, I have dropped my lens cover out of my bag probably 5 times today when I've been in there getting stuff, so totally not getting annoyed by that right now. This new bag, I don't know. I switched bags last week after 2 years of using the same one. And it's just a little smaller. So I have everything packed real tight in here. Things are always popping out. I may need to start using a different bag. I don't know. I bought this one because it was waterproof, and because, well, my other one had 2 huge holes in it. After 2 years of being in the parks many times a week, it had run its course. So do one thing here. Since we're in a completely different park now, let's at least acknowledge that. Oh yeah, the rain's definitely coming down. And here we have the adventure begins. See a lot of those pictures. People come down here. And here at the port of entry. I love some of this theming they did here. I feel like Islands was probably the best themed park in Orlando until Epic showed up, which does make sense. I mean, Islands was the newest park down here for the last 25 years until Epic showed up. See Hulk going off in the distance there. Try to read the chat here while we walk. Hard to navigate with no hands. Joasia says, E.T. Home, 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 phone home. I love E.T. Maria says, I loved E.T. as a kid. It really is just about the perfect kids movie. I loved E.T. when I was a kid. I mean, I saw it in the theater. That's how old I am. I just remember Reese's Pieces were so popular there, all because of that movie. Josh Yoshi says, what name are you going to use? Just that. I don't think if I told them Theme Park Giant, they would do it, so. Yoshi says, do kids even know what E.T. is? I think so. I still think that's a movie that people watch and show their kids. Oh wow, VelociCoaster's still running. I did not think we'd see VelociCoaster running. So they shut Troller Coaster down. The Hulk and VelociCoaster, the 2 big baddies over here, are both running. There's that Montosaurus roll there at the end. So yeah, there's my baby VelociCoaster. I love that ride. 2 different launches. One at the start, one about halfway through, which does launch you up and over that top hat. We'll see plenty more of that ride once we get back in the Jurassic area. There it goes over the hill again. And we got Hulk over here on the left. Maria says, I hope they still know who E.T. is. Absolutely, Maria. I hope so too. They're just some classic movies that I don't think will ever die. And E.T. should be one of them. Joey just says, great ride. Classic. Absolutely. Maria says, this is so cool. I always forget I'm on stream sometimes because I can't do my normal, like, I don't want to. There's the mushroom guy when you get back to his planet that does the welcome home, you've arrived. I always love that guy. So Hulk over here. This is a steel coaster created by B&M, Bolliger and Mabillard, a Swiss company. I haven't seen Jasmine Reber in the chat today, but she lives like an hour away from where B&M is over in Switzerland. She always says, we have a coaster company, but we don't have any parks that have coasters in Switzerland. So B&M, they're one of the industry giants. Built a ton of rides over the last 30 years. Here we go. So Hulk actually launches you up and out of the hill, out of that tunnel, into this Cobra roll, which is what it's called. And a vertical loop. Yeah, so you get the barrel roll right out of there. You get the Cobra roll. It looks like a cobra head from the side, and then the vertical loop. So you get 4 inversions in about the first 15 seconds of that ride. Hulk is pretty intense. Hulk can be a little rough some days too, depending. I think it depends on which train you get, because I've had perfectly fine rides. I've had rides where you get your head rattled around the point where it gave me a headache the one day. And so Hulk was one of the original rides here at the park when it opened in 1999. Huge, huge deal when it opened. It was B&M's first launch coaster. There'd never been a coaster that like launched you up a lift hill like that and into an inversion. And Hulk was always very intense. Old school B&Ms were really, really intense. And something about this ride, it got so rough, they actually tore it down and rebuilt it about 10 years ago. Usually B&M rides are very dependable, they're very smooth, and they'll be good for years and years and years. But something about Hulk, it just has not held up. And even now, even after rebuilding it, Marvel Superhero Island, even after rebuilding it, a few years later, it is way rougher than it should be. Oh wow, that slowed down a lot on the brake run there. Usually go flying through that mid-course brake. Because if you go down to like Busch Gardens in Tampa, they have some of the oldest B&Ms ever made. Kumba was the first one, 1994, I want to say, 93. Still runs pretty well. They're giving it some love right now. It has been a little rough lately. so it's been down the last few months. They've been doing some work, but Montu, the other like 90s B&M coaster down there, is incredible. Yeah.
What's your channel?
YouTube, Theme Park Giant.
Okay, cool.
Yep, streaming right now. Heard some guy yelling, YouTuber! And thought, oh, he must be talking to me. I'm the only weirdo walking around with a big camera rig. And I do love the new Hulk entrance. They redid that a few years ago with the coaster track and the train. And then they do have this like teacups style ride back here, a little faster than the teacups, but Storm Force acceleration. Just kind of one of those filler attractions you need. Just give people another option on things to ride, but yeah. So Hulk does have the normal standby line, 25 minutes. They have the express, and then they do have a single rider option. Now, one thing I always like to point out with the B&Ms, so they have the test seats over here. There's two options on B&Ms a lot of times. So they have your standard seat here. Those will be the ones with the one belt on them. I would say right around 52 inches in diameter, your chest or like your waist. That's kind of the point for those. If you want to get on them, you get about another inch or so. If you see the two belt option, those are the modified seats, and they're a little bigger. Now, most B&Ms, old school B&Ms, those are always in row 4 and 5 if they do have the modified seats. Some newer rides, like Hulk here, actually has them in row 1, 4, 5, and the last row, which is really nice because just as a guy who used to always have to use the modified seats, it really stunk that you're always in row 4 and 5, and then they put the modified seats, so Hulk has 4 seats in every row across, and they would put the modified seat inside. They wouldn't have it on the outside, so you'd be like jammed in there. So it was always very annoying. So it was nice when they put that in because I could actually sit in the front row on Hulk in a modified seat. Now I don't need the modified seats, so I can sit wherever I want, but just one thing, it's nice B&M adds those modified seats in, but boy, I wish they'd put them in different spots. But beggars can't be choosers. So. Now we're getting deeper into Marvel Superhero Island here, and as I was saying over at the other park, when you see all the like Marvel characters and Avengers and everything over here, it is the comic book versions. That's why you see all the comic book stuff here. Back to the chat here for a minute. Yoshi says, you should really get a bag of Reese's Pieces when you get off. I swear I share a brain with chat sometimes. I was talking about Reese's Pieces earlier. Yoshi's already got it in the chat there. And then back here, one of the more poorly named attractions, Dr. Doom's Fear Fall, makes people think that it's a drop tower. It's actually a space shot. So you don't go up to the top and sit there and then drop. You actually get launched from the station up, and then you kind of bounce up and down. So I never understood why they called it the Fear Fall. I think we're about to get a launch here. What's going on?
Incoming transmission from Chief. Captain America, Spider-Man, Wolverine, Storm, Cyclops.
I think we're about to get some like meet and greet characters coming out here.
Way to Marvel Superhero Island for their arrival. Take a path, people.
Yeah, I think we have like a character cavalcade coming through or something. Oh, here we go.
Your targets are Dr. Toon.
Whenever you hear that air, the towers are about to go because they use air propulsion to launch the cars up. There you go. So I always say, if you're scared of heights and don't like drop towers, I still say give this one a chance because you don't really notice the heights. It happens so fast on the ones that launch you up like that. So that's just my 2 cents. Because back when I was just a younger theme park giant and those all started to come out, the air ones, because I had drop towers for years, but S&S is the company that first started making the air ones. But they did the space shots first, and here's Spider-Man, 40 minutes. And then they started to do these combo towers where like one of them would be a space shot type, and then like 2 of them, they might have like 3 towers and like a tripod. And the other 2 would be drop towers. So I remember when Cedar Point built Power Tower, which was the first 300-foot tall one. I was kind of scared to do the drop, so I did the space shot one first, and then I did the drop later. It's fine. But yeah, I'm not a big fan of like extended heights. So drop towers sometimes weird me out a little, but I still do them. And then I'm sitting here just looking at the Amazing Adventures of Spider-Man because I believe that is one of the greatest theme park attractions ever created. I remember the summer this park opened and my family came. We waited 2.5 hours for Spider-Man, and I had never seen anything like it. I mean, no one's really still like created anything quite as good as that, like in terms of the same ride type. So it blew my mind 25 plus years ago. I still love it. I'll take it over Transformers any day. And they do continue to like plus up Spider-Man. Like they came in and made it HD a few years ago. They upgraded the video. They're always adding effects, fixing things. So I don't think Spider-Man's going anywhere anytime soon, which is great. They really do take care of their baby there. And if you've never been on Spider-Man or seen what it is as an attraction, you sit in a vehicle and it actually moves through 3D, like actual sets and practical sets and environments and things. And then they blend in screens really well. So you'll come around a corner and you wear 3D glasses. And I mean, it does blend in really well where all of a sudden, like, you know, Doc Ock and, oh geez, Hydro, who else is in there? I'm not good with Hobgoblin, Electro, is that his name? Yeah, so you run into a lot of the Spider-Man villains. It's really, really cool. I love it. But yeah, Spider-Man, I feel like kind of changed the game when it opened. Islands of Adventure as a whole was a big game changer in the industry when it opened. And you had Hulk, like I said, that was the first launch B&M, launched with a lift hill into an inversion. You had Dueling Dragons, which is no longer here. That's where Hagrid is now. The Dueling Dragons, well, we'll talk about that more when we get over there, I guess, but it was like the first dueling B&M invert. And they timed it so well. They had 3 really cool near misses. Where it looked like you were about to collide with the other train and then you'd both flip up into a loop or whatever and your feet would almost touch. Really cool off-ride views of those interactions too. And we're walking up here into Toon Lagoon. This is themed to a lot of very old school, like cartoon comic strips. Kind I even felt like when this area opened, a lot of the comics were already a little outdated back in the late 90s. You have like Heathcliff. I mean, the Heathcliff comic strip, I didn't even know existed. I used to watch the cartoon, which was always like the discount version of Garfield. That's how I always looked at it. You have Kathy, like Hagar the Horrible, Beetle Bailey, Betty Boop. Boop, 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 boop. You can meet Betty over here. Now there's Hagar. Marmaduke. You got Blondie. Oh yeah, a lot of old comic strips from the old newspapers. All right, looks like the rain's slowed down a little bit here, so I'll put the umbrella away for a bit. Before we dive into more Toon Lagoon here, first we have the Popeye statue. If you don't want to be on the camera, don't walk in front of it. Sorry. So back here, we have the wettest ride on the planet. Easily the wettest ride I've ever seen at any of the 120 or so parks I've been to. Popeye and Bluto's Bilge Rat rafts. It's like just a very unassuming raft ride here, but believe me, they're going to be happy they have ponchos on. I always joke that they could have just saved money and not bought the rafts and just had you stand on the edge in the station and push you in the water with a life vest on and say, we'll see you in a few minutes. Because you get about that wet on it. It's only a 10-minute wait right now. I think I rode that for the last time about 6 years ago. I was here with my family. Sister's family was in town. You can see people use these human dryers over here, which I think is funny. It's raining. You went on a water ride and now you want to stand in a dryer. Doesn't make sense. And me ship the olive oil. You can walk up there in a minute. It's kind of like a playground or just a good observation deck for the Toon Lagoon area. You can see just how crazy that water is. Now this usually, sadly, this is one of my favorite places to stand and watch because water usually comes pouring out of that pipe on top of the boat. But they've been having issues with it lately. I think they're working on it. So you don't get to watch that interaction today. But that thing just absolutely drenches people. Just blasts them with the water. And I always love to come over here in this area. No one's ever over here, and you get some great views of the park. Great views of Popeye's ride, dousing people. You got Hulk over here. Yoshi says, fun fact, it was supposed to be M&M's, but Mars wouldn't give the rights. So they used Reese's Pieces and agreed to spend $1 million. Oh yeah, I knew that, Yosh. On advertising. Crazy how Reese's Pieces basically became a candy because of that movie. And I never think about them now. Unless I'm at a movie theater. I feel like I always see them at movie theaters and I'm like, oh, Reese's sounds good. And hot take, I think I like Reese's Pieces more than Reese's Peanut Butter Cups. And I love peanut butter cups, but I like the little crunch you get. Joasia says, I think it's from 1991, Maria. Oh, E.T. I think E.T. is the only, or one of the only attractions that was an opening day that's still around over there. Now I'm gonna have to look that up. So there you got people on Me Ship the Olive Oil waiting to spray people with those cannons as the rafts come by. We got these sharks swimming around under the boat. So yeah, here we go. These people are shooting the water. Making friends. Maria says, I remember commercials for the ride when I was little. I remember when I'd come to Orlando and Universal had the best signs on I-4. They had E.T., they were like these 3D, like raised graphics and text. They looked so cool. They had Confrontation, they had Back to the Future, they had E.T. Just the best signs. Go look them up, guys. They were really cool. There's the end of VelociCoaster here. Over the water, does that Montosaurus roll, whatever they call it. Basically the best barrel roll ever. That ride is crazy from start to finish. I love VelociCoaster. Maria, I don't think you'd do well on that one. Joasia, did you ride VelociCoaster? Did Owen trick you onto that one? And of course we have the Mythos restaurant over there, often referred to as the best theme park restaurant in the world. I've never actually eaten there, but people do love it. Joasia says 90s, best times ever. Oh, they were pretty good, weren't they? We're just old and nostalgic now. That's all. And I love to come over here and stare at VelociCoaster. It's the best angle for it. No one's ever over here. It's one of the things I love over here at Islands. They have all these random paths. They're well themed. No one ever uses them though. Even on the busiest days, you'll be over here and not see another person. Here comes a train right now. There's that second launch in that tunnel. Up and over that top hat. Tons of air time. And then of course the zero-G stall there. Right over the walkway. Do that little helix over the bridge. Come in, get your little airtime hill, and then boom. That barrel roll. Oh, so good. So good. And I know I was talking about B&M earlier with Hulk. The Jurassic Park, or Jurassic World VelociCoaster is made by Intamin. Probably even more kind of like coaster god company than B&M. B&M has probably sold more coasters, I would say definitely, but Intamin is the company that has been known to push the limits the last 25 years. So they don't always sell as many, but what they do make are usually some of the best rides on earth. They're always intense, they're always smooth. Love me some Intamin. And Maria says, who knew this is what the planet looked like all along? Oh, we're still back on ET. Yoshi says, it was one of the original attractions along with the horror makeup show. Yoshi says, we love Kung Fu Panda. Can we watch together? Oh, Yoshi. That's a very inside joke between me and my buddy Yosh. We did go see Kung Fu Panda together. It's about all I can share. Let's just say Yoshi puts up with a lot from me. Here's a fun spot on Popeye. Just a little waterfall, everybody, no big deal. Oh boy. We'll wait for a raft that has people on it here. Joy just says, thank you, TPG. Haku is full of energy again. Oh, that's good. Poor little guy. Had to be so hot. Huskies are not built for warm weather. Lily's life to head. Hey, Ken. Ken's back in the chat. Still raining, go figure. Yeah, who would have thought? Has not stopped since about 10 a.m. It's a solid 4 hours of drizzle. Okay, we do have people on this next boat. So you can't see it, but around that corner, the rafts are taken to an area called the boat wash. So I'll let you guess what happens there. But yeah, you get pulled up a conveyor belt lift hill, and they spray you like it's a boat wash. Sometimes they tone it down a little, but boy, when that thing's on full blast, woo, good luck. Let's climb up here on the ship. Maybe we can see some of it. Oh yeah, we got I forgot you go in the cave over here too. You can barely see the waterfall over there, but the entire raft goes under that. And then on the other side of it is where you get the boat wash. And then I'll tell you what, when you come out of the boat wash and it drops you back into the water, it's some of the craziest rapids water I've ever seen. Up here we get some elevated views of the park. VelociCoaster over here again. Well, these people are waiting to douse. People coming by on the rafts. You can see all the water shooting down there on them. And these are free. The ones over by the Dudley Do-Right log flume, I believe those cost money. I don't think we need to go all the way up here. Plus it's kind of slick on these stairs, so. Yeah, Toon Lagoon's pretty crazy. I think it's kind of often forgot about, but I think it's some of the best theming. I mean, the comic strip area when you first come in, not that great, but I think the rest of this area, they did a really great job with. And Joy just says, I agree, Food and Epic was epic, haha. Yeah, everything I had at Epic is really good. Like I said, I thought it was pretty well priced for like a brand new theme park. I thought they were going to jack prices up. But I thought prices were really fair over there. I fully expected sticker shock, and it didn't really happen. And, like, the merch was pretty well priced. Tyler Raymond Silva, hey guys, happy Tuesday. Yesterday was Bastille Day. Welcome in, Tyler. That's right, July 14th is Bastille Day. Good to see you, Tyler. Thanks for coming in. Regardless of what the thumbnail might say, we are over here at Universal Studios today, Universal Orlando Resort. We were at the Studios Park earlier, now we're over here walking around Islands of Adventure. Just doing a lap around, hanging out with you guys. We'll probably ride a couple things over in the Cat in the Hat area on our way out. I love the Universal parks. Hope you guys are enjoying them. Kind of tough to stream since you don't get to ride a lot, but I still think just walking around and seeing these parks is still fun. Gives me a little variety too, you know. Don't want to always just go to Disney. We got some Connect 4 out here. You can play with the team members. And then over here is the entrance for the Dudley Do-Right Flume Ride.
I love that ride. Hagrid, just so you know, we're currently down for technical difficulties.
I'm just walking around. They were having technical issues. Oh, we're not going to be able to show you just how wet this thing gets. I think this is one of the wettest log flumes you'll ever go on too. So I mean, if you're gonna do Popeye, you might as well do this because you're already soaked. And even though I've never seen an episode of Dudley Do-Right ever, and I used to watch Rocky and Bullwinkle, I feel like I don't ever remember Dudley Do-Right. This is a really, really good log ride. Really good theming. It's a very thrilling flume, like steeper drops than you'll usually get. And then like that final drop has that little like roller coaster airtime hill. Yeah, so there's the Ripsaw Falls entrance. And then I will always walk over here just to point out this is the worst restraint ever created on any ride. These are brutal. It was already difficult. They used to not have the restraints, and it was tough enough as a tall person to even get in this. Plus, these seats aren't super wide, but your legs are crammed in there and the person in front of you. And then they put these in. It's a nightmare. Absolute nightmare. Don't know why they did that. There has to be a better way. Like a seatbelt would work. I don't know. Yeah, that company, they've got this flume, and then there's a flume at a park called Phantasialand that I love in Germany. They have a log flume called Chiapas, which is one of the most beautiful, incredibly themed log flumes you'll ever see. They use those same restraints as well on that. And that one actually does a lot of like, there's turntables on it that'll launch you backwards, turn you back around. Some cool little tricks they do, but they do have the awful restraints. Joey just says, I have a pick with everyone. Marilyn, Cleopatra, Scooby-Doo team. Ha, that's awesome. Always fun to be a kid, isn't it, Joey? Just running around getting pictures of characters. It's like if you guys didn't see, I found my picture of me as a kid. I always talk about when I met Dreamfinder and Figment at Epcot in the 80s. I did post that on my community page last night and compared it to my recent picture with the new Figment, or AKA Bigment. And now we were both little kids when we first met, and now we're both giants. This Figment is very big now. So here's the drop, the final drop. As you can see, it looks like a roller coaster. It's like steel track here, and they do this little airtime hill bunny hop. You do fly out, but they spray water over those parts. Like, it's all turned off right now, but you get soaked. Joey just says, oh gosh, Born was mind-blowing, isn't it? The first time I watched it, I was down here during the pandemic. Oh yeah, so here's those guns I was talking about on Doubly Do Right. So it's, how much is it? $1 to spray people on this one. And you can see, so you've got, the guns are all over there, and the number on them correlates to the number on yours. So number 9 here is that one over there. But those do douse people pretty well. Joey just says, that humongous screen, I didn't know what's real and what's not. Oh yeah, that's what I was saying. So when I came during the pandemic, they use these screens and basically projected 3D images, which Universal uses a lot. You'll see them in like the Harry Potter queues and things like that, where it looks like people are standing there. And they mix in real people with like the 3D created people. And the only reason I could even tell who was a person and who was like a 3D projected hologram was because the people were wearing masks because it was the pandemic at the time. Otherwise, I would have had no idea. I was so blown away when I first saw it. It is incredible. Joey just says, amazing milkshakes they have. Oh, we must be talking about Toothless. Toothsome, not Toothless. Toothless is a dragon. And over here we've got the Skull Island Reign of Kong attraction. Not really my favorite attraction, but the theming is outstanding out here. So the trucks will sometimes come outside here, weather permitting. They probably aren't right now. And that giant skull door will open. It's very cool. And then you go inside on your hunt for King Kong. You don't get to see that now because it takes the alternate path just to stay indoors. So, and they did finally get rid of the 3D on Skull Island. Makes it a lot better to watch. But I much prefer the original Confrontation that used to be over at the other park to this version. Because this is basically all screens. There is a giant Kong at the end, but that's one of those rides that kind of got Universal labeled as like a screen park, you know. A lot of the stuff they've done over here at these two parks that were new the last 15, 20 years always had screens and projections and things. And they kind of got labeled as that. And my friend that works over at Epic, we've had multiple discussions about things, and when we were over at Epic hanging out, he told me, because he was always really interested to hear after I'd ride something what he thought, because we were together. And so like Monsters Unchained, I looked at him and I said, that's how you do practical effects with animatronics and projections. That's how you do it. And he said, yeah, that was our main goal here with Epic, was they knew the reputation that they were the screen park, so they wanted to change that, and I think they did a really good job over there. Most of the rides. Oh. Oh my gosh. I just got soaked. So yeah, when it says splash zone, guys, you should probably listen. I thought I'd be okay there off to the side. Nope, not at all. Not at all. I'm gonna stand back here and show you just how much water flew up here at me. Oh, now my screen got wet, so now it's like pressing buttons and stuff on me. So hopefully it doesn't change things on my stream. Oh, of course that one didn't even get close. I always thought you were okay, like where I was standing, and that thing just shot right out at me. Now over here, I know you're gonna get wet. Let's see. And Josh says, remember the comedy show night? I don't know the comedy show night is. Oh no, that was a big one. This family is just sitting here getting soaked. The kids are loving it. Mom and Dad just going along with it at this point. No point. Dad just got drenched on that one. I love it. A lot funnier when it's someone else. Maria says, I'm catching up. A husky named Haku is amazing. Ha. And Chris Bond says, that rain looks wet. Oh man, I'm plenty wet today. For a guy who doesn't like to be wet, I'm pretty wet. And it sure didn't help standing in the splash zone on Jurassic Park River Adventure here. But welcome back, Chris Bond. Great to see you in here. Hope you're staying dry. Joey just says, thanks Maria. Maria says, Haku is a dragon in Spirited Away. Fun fact, same voice as Max in the Goofy movies. Oh, really? Interesting. And I think Haku was my first cartoon crush, LOL. Joasia, that's right, Maria. I love how we've all had a cartoon crush at some point in our life. I feel like mine was, oh geez, what was it? Well, now I can't think of. She looks like the girl from the Goofy movie, but she was in some like way older Disney animated just shorts and stuff. When I was growing up, you'd see the cartoons. Now I can't think of who it was, but I always had this huge crush on her when I was little. And Maria says, do they still have the meet and greet with the Megatron who insults you? LOL. Yes, they do, Maria. He is not nice to guests. It's pretty funny. You see a lot of those on TikTok go viral, some of those interactions. Yeah, Megatron, not very nice to people. All right, we'll keep moving here. I see it's 2:30, so yeah, we got about an hour here probably. I don't want to get caught over here in the splash zone again. At least up here, it's an observation deck, and you're not going to get wet. I do wonder if we're gonna get a refurb of Jurassic Park River Adventure. I know a few years ago, the Hollywood Park did a whole Jurassic World makeover, and everybody seems to love it. And since they've done the Jurassic World stuff with VelociCoaster over there, it is officially themed to Jurassic World. I think it only makes sense we'll probably get Now that Epic's open, I think you'll start to see some of those things starting to happen over here at these parks again. They were definitely in penny pinch mode these last couple years while they were spending supposedly around $7 billion on Epic. Everybody wearing their ponchos. Well, I would love to see the chat that Joe Asia and Owen had with Megatron. That's one fun thing at Universal. The characters are a little sassier here. You go to Dark Universe at Epic and meet like the Invisible Man, will just be a flat out jerk to people. Igor's hilarious. Oh, I do want to show, I think this is one of those hidden areas not a lot of people know about. Like, I'd never been back in here, and then my friend who knows Universal very well, one night we were over and he's like, hey, let's go back here. And he showed me, and it's so cool. So now I always bring everybody back here. So this is Camp Jurassic back here. Obviously more of a kid-themed area, but they got like playgrounds and stuff. And then of course they have the Pteranodon Flyers over here. So you'll see that little coaster flying around. Every once in a while you'll see it. So like here's the track. It's only a little 2-seater roller coaster that hangs under there, and it actually has a height max. You have to be between 36 and 56 inches in order to ride, unless you have a child, then you can ride. So, this is what's known as a rare credit in the coaster enthusiast world. Since you either have to have a kid or you need to like borrow one. And you'll see here they've got these like slides coming out. But if you come all the way back here, there's more slides, and then where is that? Is that over here? Yeah, it's back in here. So let's see. Hopefully I don't lose my signal going in here, because caves are usually bad. 1 second. Tom Sawyer Island, it went downhill real quick there. So we got like the amber here. This isn't the right one. And I see my signal's terrible too, so we'll try to there's the actual entrance for Pteranodon Flyers.
Try the whole dinosaur thing.
This cave. Unfortunately, I don't get a signal in there, so I can't show you. But trust me, a really cool cavern in there with waterfalls and lights and rope bridges and stuff, so make sure you check it out. Unfortunately, My signal fell off a cliff there the minute I went inside. So, stop kicking water. Like a 13-year-old kicking water all over everybody. I wish I wish sometimes my inner monologue didn't come out while I was live, but I don't need water getting kicked on me. It's wet enough already. All right, let's see. All right, getting back to my chat here. We were talking about Megatron. All right. And then Tyler says, I'm back once again, everyone. Well, welcome back, Tyler. Great timing as we're going past VelociCoaster over here. This is the first half of VelociCoaster. So VelociCoaster is split into two very distinct halves. The first half, you get launched back here in the paddocks. It's really hard to see most of the ride back here. It's a lot of bank turns, a couple inverts here, weaving in and out of the rock work. You'll see some of the velociraptors around, quote unquote, chasing you. They don't move, but they pop in and out. Well, you can see it over here in this area. There goes that first launch. Sorry, kind of hard with these bars. My camera wants to focus on them. Yep, flies in and out of all this rock work back here. And then down here, so it's gonna come down here, and that's that second launch, the faster of the two. And off it goes, up and over that top hat. Ooh, get those negative G's, all that airtime. Your butt won't touch the seat the entire way down that drop. I don't think a lot of people are ready for it. Even though you see it, you're still not ready. Oh. I see Joasia's got to meet Blue the dinosaur when she was here. We walked right by here. And I'll walk back here quick just to show. It doesn't look like it's going on right now, but got all the team members out here. But they do have the raptor encounter. And there's a couple different raptors you can meet. Sometimes it's the babies, sometimes it's the big one. Yeah, there's a delay right now, so. But pretty cool interactions. You can look those up. People have them all over like TikTok and Instagram. They will scare the kids sometimes when they do the photo op. It's pretty fun. But yeah, that's awesome that you got to meet Blue, Joasia. I've still never met Blue. Every time I try to go meet them, it's the babies.
Taylor!
And wait times are not bad over here. 85 for Hagrid is the longest, but most others are like under 25.
We could do that later, though.
Joasia says, that was an amazing time at Universal. That's awesome, Joasia. Sounds like you guys had a blast over here. I always tell people, check out Universal. You know, everyone thinks Disney, but I think Universal does a pretty good job over here, especially with Epic now. Tyler says, hey, Maria, ready for some Jurassic Park? Maria says, I lived in Minnesota for 9 years for work. Just moved to Colorado about 2 years ago. Born in Texas, grew up in Indiana. Confused yet? Nah, you just moved a lot. So that explains the Six Flags Over Texas trips. And yeah, I knew you mentioned some stuff about Minnesota. Don't think you ever said anything about Indiana, so very cool. Yep, I've been to Minnesota a lot. Many Vikings games, many just trips up there to Minneapolis. Big fan of the Twin Cities. I would have moved there years ago. I always said if Minneapolis and Kansas City switched places geographically, I would have moved to Minneapolis right after college. I love Minneapolis. It's just I could not do their winters. VelociCoaster this way, 35 minutes. Not bad at all for mid-afternoon. That little guy was working on picking some gold out of his nose. I love little kids, man. I was in a disgusting story here, but I was in a bathroom the other day. I think when my sister was in town, we were over at Disney Springs, and this dad had his son. They had him at the urinal, and he's like, all right, go. And the kid took both of his hands and dipped them into the urinal water. Oh. And his dad about threw up right on the spot. He's like, no! Kids. Over here in the Jurassic World area, we get our iconic view of VelociCoaster here with its front entrance, the big entryway, the flames, the velociraptors up here, and of course, the main draw of the ride, the giant top hat you get launched up and over into. So yeah, they added all this area in when they built this. They used to have the Discovery Center, but that was kind of where the area ended. And then they built all this, basically built new land during the pandemic. Because they kind of kept this a whole secret. They never really announced what they were building, but everyone kind of figured out it was this VelociCoaster ride. And over here we do have a Jurassic World Rebirth photo opportunity. So there you go, Tyler.
Were you watching?
Whatever this thing is. And so right after that big drop, we should see a train here very soon. You come in and do this stall here where you're upside down for a pretty extended time. Although it moves so fast, you don't really get the stall effect as much as I would like. It looks cooler probably than the actual forces on it.
It's right here.
And that's why they have a metal detector, because this crosses over this pedestrian bridge. I don't want phones and things flying out of people's pockets. So yep, you gotta go through the metal detector. Maria says, I also have a friend of 20 years too. Awesome friends to have, LOL. Sometimes, Maria. I never know what that Yoshi guy. I'm old enough now, I have a lot of friends I've known for over 20 years. Usually it's just people that can put up with me for that long. Somebody's screaming on there. And of course, Hogsmeade here, right next to it. Kind of a cool background for VelociCoaster flying around. And of course, the big ending over here. You can see it down here. You got that final roll over the water. Always tough to see from up here, but here comes another train. That part is so disorienting because you're flying. I mean, you are going so fast. You come down, you hit that little airtime hill. So you fly up out of your seat, and then the next thing you know, it's whipping you into that barrel roll. You're getting flung to the left. Amazing ride. Maria says, what's going on with Eminem? Oh, well, that was random. Yeah, they were blasting Eminem music over there. I heard that too. Tyler, I overslept for 2 hours, lol. Oh no. Well, at least you're up now. Joasia, nothing will compare to Tower of Terror. Oh, Joasia. The scaredy cats of fun unite for a ride on Tower of Terror. Beach Fox Life. Hey, hey, Beach Fox Life in the chat. Thank you for the shout outs. Hey, man, absolutely. Thank you for the songs, man. What would I do without them? So I'm happy to always shout you out, Beach Fox Life. So I'll do it again. If you like that pause song, and I think a lot of you do, go check out Beach Fox Life's YouTube channel. Link to the channel in the description for my stream here. We're kind of doing a backwards loop here since I went to go look at VelociCoaster. Well, we want to head back into Hogsmeade here. I know the Potter fans will want to see that. Let's see, my chat jumped on me. There we go.
With it.
Mandy Mary. Hey, hey, Mandy, welcome in. Great to see you. Welcome in, welcome back. Mandy Mary. Hopefully that other half doesn't show up here. Good to have Mandy in here, though. Thanks for being here, Mandy. Thanks for saying hi. Joasia says, no chance, TPG. I was scared just looking at this ride. Oh, so you did not ride VelociCoaster when you were here. Darn. I was hoping Owen kind of blindfolded you and tricked you so you never saw it or something. Oh no, it's just a little dinosaur ride. You can hear Hagrid going off. Hagrid motorbike coaster. And the entrance to Hogsmeade over here. Please respect the spell limits. Kind of catch. There's only a couple good places to see Hagrid. We'll walk down the exit and check it out, but you can kind of see it over here a little flyby. There it goes. We'll get better views though. I was scared just looking at the ride. Ha. And I watched that thing get built for like 1.5 years and couldn't wait to ride it. And then I was very lucky we were here We were here about 2 weeks before it officially opened, but they were doing soft openings, so I got to ride it before the general public. So I was very, very, very excited because all my coaster nerd friends were very jealous that I got to ride it before them. And then I was raving about it, so then they were really jealous. And back in Hogsmeade here. So this is what I was talking about earlier with the difference between Disney and Universal, why J.K. Rowling went with Universal. You see how just tight and compact this walkway is, how crowded it is. Disney would have never allowed this. They would have had it so much wider, the shops would be bigger, but that was the main argument they were having. And this is the entrance to Hagrid's Magical Creatures Motorbike Adventure. I can never remember that full name. But a pretty monumental ride. When it opened, it was the most expensive roller coaster ever created. $330 million. So here's the test seat I was talking about earlier. Here's the bike seat, and then that sidecar next to it. I was saying I was able to actually get in that sidecar, but yeah, these are, if you have bigger thighs, they can be a little tough, but the bike seat's a lot roomier, so that's like the minimum you need to get on. Yeah, if you have big thighs, that's going to be the issue with that ride, because my legs are a lot smaller than they used to be. That was always a big issue for me on things. Tyler says King Kong, Joasia. Joasia says Jurassic. Yeah, I've enjoyed King Kong ride. Me too, Joasia. It was cool. Joasia says most of the time, basically I had jaw dropping, head spinning as kids. That's how I would describe my Florida experience. Love it. That's what these parks do, right? I mean, obviously, I love theme parks and whatever, but I'm amazed by the people that tell me, like, yeah, we came down to Disney. We didn't think it was that great. And it's like, all right, what'd you do? And then you talk to them, and half the time, they didn't know what they were doing. Yeah, with that $330 million price tag, Hagrid's has, I believe, 9 trains. They can run like 7 at a time. So there's times you'll see like 5 or 6 trains running at the same time out here. It's pretty crazy. The timing needed to pull that off. That's why they use a conveyor belt in the loading station, and the ride is always moving. And if you miss, you'll like shut the whole ride down. So it's a little stressful as a bigger guy. I was always worried I wouldn't fit and like shut everything down. First time I came and rode it. Yeah, so you can see a lot of the like coaster portion here. You can't really see on the ride. They have a lot of themed like animatronics and sets. There's little different show buildings throughout that you go on, but there's probably about 4 or 5 different areas where you'll see animatronics and special effects and things, and it'll actually slow down through those areas like a dark ride. But it's really, really cool. In terms of like a coaster, it's not the most thrilling, so like I would never rank it. I never knew they had Hagrid motorbike merch. I've never seen that. Because yeah, so you meet Fluffy, the 3-headed Cerberus type dog. You meet that scorpion thing. I can't think of what those are called. The oh geez, what is this thing? And the unicorn at the end. Yeah, so you get to see all those throughout. And there's spiders everywhere. So yeah. Even if you're not a big thrill ride person, I think that's a ride most people can handle. You do get launched. There's like maybe one big drop and then kind of a surprise thing that'll catch people off guard too. I do need to switch my mic out here. Just got a warning, I have 1% left on my mic battery, so give me one moment here. I'm gonna swap that out. Find a place where I can set my camera down quick. And we'll talk more about Hogwarts back here once I get that all situated. And it just officially died, so you should still hear me. Won't be as clear, but I'll just find a... Their garbage cans aren't as flat as Disney World, so I can't always just stop and use a garbage can to swap things out. So, bench right here. I can feel the air conditioning come out of the Potter gift shop over here behind me.
Stop. Please be mindful of where you're at.
Okay, so new mic's on. So you guys hear everything looks and sounds okay. Zip my bag up. Actually, I'm gonna grab a little water while I'm sitting here quick. I've been drinking as much today. It's not super warm, so I haven't had to overhydrate or anything. So while it's not super hot and I'm not all sweaty today, I'm just wet from the rain and from the river adventure splash zone that got me. Okay, close the bag up and off we go. So back here there's two rides. You've got the Flight of the Hippogriff. It's just like a family coaster. Maria, I was telling you earlier, you're definitely okay to ride that one. It's a little bigger than most like family coasters, but it's still nothing crazy. And then of course, you do have the Forbidden Journey, which takes place in Hogwarts Castle. And that is a dark ride, a very, very long dark ride. But I'll show you the seats here, but these can be a little rough for larger guests as well. You can see those test seats back here. So they sit 4 across like that on these benches, and there's a robot arm on the back of them. They're called KUKA robot arms. And so they can rotate that seat in any different access or direction. And they roll around on these like cars beneath you. But there's some really cool tricks they do on that ride. It hasn't aged as well with some effects because they do use a lot of screens. And the way they do things, because you're flying around, you're in the castle, you're doing stuff, there's a Quidditch match you're part of, you're getting chased by Dementors and dragons all throughout it, but there's a couple different parts where you'll come around a corner or something and a screen, basically a moving screen will, like a domed screen will move with you and you'll be enveloped so you can't really see to the left or right of it, so that's your field of vision. But a lot of that video is kind of grainy now. It's been like almost 20 years or so, probably since they filmed some of that. So I'd like to see them upgrade that, because that's one noticeable thing on the new ride over at Epic. When they do have screens on the Battle at the Ministry, it's crystal clear and it blends in with the animatronics and the rest of the stuff. It's hard to tell that it's actually a screen. They're so good now. So yeah, I'd like to see them come back and maybe plus up that attraction, but it is a great dark ride, so. But yeah, similar to Diagon Alley over here, you got all your shops. The candy shop, the wand shop. Of course, they sell butterbeer in a couple different locations here. But I always like to, I don't like to hang out too much in Hogsmeade just because it's so cramped. Like, it's not even a busy day at the park and you see how busy it is here. So can you even imagine during like super peak busy times how crowded this area gets? And we do have the Hogsmeade station going back to London's King Cross station. So that'll take you to the other park. When we were back by Diagon Alley earlier today, I was talking about how there's the train that goes back and forth, the Hogwarts Express. So that's where you board over here at Islands to go back. And each direction is different. We're not going to ride that today. Next time we're over here. In my head, I thought both parks wouldn't take as long, but I guess you get walking and talking and looking at things. There's a lot of details, so. Joe Asia says, "Are you soaked?" Must be the splash zone. Magic Adventures Jen, hey, welcome in, welcome back, Jen. Friend of the channel, Magic Adventures, Jen and Mike. They have a YouTube channel. They like to live stream from the parks here at Disney World. Well, not here in Orlando at Disney World. Yeah, I met them last Thursday over at Epcot for the first time. Yeah, check out Magic Adventures. Link to their channel in the description to my chat. Great to see you, Jen. She says, "Oh no, Thad." Yep. The theme park pro ignored the splash zone sign and then was surprised he got splashed. So every once in a while, my brain doesn't work very well. But no, I didn't get soaked. And luckily I turned around in time. So my back took the brunt of it, didn't really get on my camera or anything. I always like to walk up here quick. So this is the Poseidon's Fury attraction I was talking about earlier that's just been sitting dormant now for over a year. It sat dormant for several years and then they brought it back for like a year and then they closed it down. Had a big going away for it. And the rumor is always, this will be a Legend of Zelda attraction. That's been the rumor for a few years. I don't know though, like there's no tie-in to Nintendo over at this park. I mean, unless they did all this, I just can't imagine they're gonna come in and do one attraction. So who knows, but maybe they turn this all into Hyrule and you do get a Zelda attraction. Maybe this becomes, you know, Link's lunch spot or something, who knows, but always interested to see what they're going to do with that space, because they also have the Sinbad ride, which is in the Lost Continent area and is being unutilized as well. So they have a lot of area they could do some stuff with. This is we're talking about the Mythos restaurant when we were over by Toon Lagoon earlier. One of the most beautifully themed restaurants you'll ever see. Definitely catches your attention as you come into this area. Joey just says, "Well, this was an amazing ride, but I was in the front seat, so been soaked like soaked." Yeah, Jurassic Park, you can get pretty wet in the front. I tend to try to be in the middle row and the middle of the row. It's usually not too bad. And I always like to walk back here. It's another one of those pathways no one ever seems to come down. Just scared the crap out of that woman with my camera. So who knows what they're doing over there. She looked at me like I was a cop or something, like I'm a narc. And I just like the views you get over here, VelociCoaster. See Toon Lagoon over here. Oh, you can actually see the boat wash if I zoom in. Maybe you can kind of see it there. Way over there by the base of VelociCoaster. You can barely see. The rafts are getting pulled up that conveyor belt. Yeah, there's a Bluto animatronic in there. He's controlling things. Just dousing you with water. They don't always run the boat wash, so. There's Hulk over there, Marvel Superhero Island. Watch one more of these VelociCoaster trains before we move on to Seuss Landing and hopefully do a couple rides. We can do the trolley over there. We can do Cat in the Hat. We'll see how long the trolley ride is, or if it's even running. Who knows? Now Jurassic Park, or Jurassic World VelociCoaster had a little delay there. Here we go. Such a great ride. Jurassic World. Tyler says, can't wait to ride the Jurassic Park River Ride again, Joasia. Magic Adventures Jen and Joasia, my dear friend. Oh, I miss you. Oh, that's awesome. Manny and Candy back pad. Hey, hey, Manny. Thanks for coming back. Great to see you, bud. Always good when you're in here. Appreciate all the help. And what else? Make our way up this way towards Seuss. We definitely took the long way there. Oh yeah, they were smoking back here. That's what was going on. Smell cigarettes. Oh yeah. 100%. That's why that girl ran away when I came down here. I figured. Now I've become the cigarette and vape narc to everybody. Joasia, hey, Magic Adventures. Jurassic World Tyler says, there's my home, LOL. I hope you saw that photo opportunity for the new Jurassic World when we were over there. I'm sure you'd love that, Tyler.
Where are we going? We have to go back.
Magic Adventure says, I've never been to Universal. Oh, it's pretty good, Jen. Although, if you're not into thrill rides and stuff, although, I mean, we rode Guardians the other day. So I know you'll ride some things. I would love to hear you scream on VelociCoaster after getting some good screams in on Guardians the other day. Although still nothing compared to the people that were behind us. They were losing it. YouTube. Theme Park Giant.
What?
Theme Park Giant.
Alright, I'll check it out.
All right, appreciate it. A lot of people think Twitch. Well, actually, it's by age. Younger people always think Twitch. Some think TikTok, and then a lot say YouTube. But I have been curious. I kind of want to try to do multi-streams on Twitch and YouTube. So I don't think there's a huge market on Twitch for theme park streamers from what I've looked at. Oh, sorry. Bumped the camera there. Minion Candy says, Joasia, how many subs do you have? Yeah, Joasia, how many subs do you have? Do you have a channel? I didn't even know that. Let's see. Chat just jumped on me real quick here. Oh goodness, I'm so far behind. Joasia says, oh Jen, you would love it. Tyler says, I've been Magic Adventures. Manny says, Jen, never? Joasia, haha Manny, I am just a guest and a fan of Florida. Ha. All the Seuss stuff here. So the trolley's a 5-minute wait. I think we'll hop on that. It's kind of their version of the People Mover, in my opinion. Actually has 2 different tracks, but they rarely run one of them. But it kind of tells the story of the Sneetches, the Starbelly Sneetches, if you know that. If you know that story from Seuss, so you have the Plain Belly Sneetch, and Sylvester Monkey McMean, and the Starbelly Sneetch. And it's basically all about the Starbelly Sneetches thought they were better than the Plain Belly. And then this guy created a way so they could all get stars on their bellies. So all the Plain Belly Sneetches got the stars added. And so the Starbelly Sneetches got theirs removed and then acted like the Plain Bellies are much better. Obviously, there's a bit of a underlying story there. Sorry, just had a family exiting the ride there. Coming down the ramp. Wait doesn't look too bad, so last time I was here it said 10 minutes and then we waited forever. 30, not forever, but much longer than I expected. Trying to get my umbrella into my bag here. And Magic Adventure says, never should have been here. Sorry, still trying to get this umbrella in here. Like I said, my new bag's smaller, and then when I bring an umbrella, I have even less room than I'm used to. I don't know what else to do with it right now. So in the bag it goes. Minion Candy says, check your account again, Joasia. Oh, Joasia, oh my God, you have one subscriber? Congrats on that first subscriber, Joasia. Next thing you know, you'll be monetized, you're gonna have 100,000 subs, you'll get the silver plaque from YouTube. This is just the first step. That's right, Joe. Guess who? Says Manny. Manny, thank you so much. You're so kind. That's awesome, Manny. I'll give you one later, Joe Asia. Magic Adventure is such a cute area. Manny, you deserve kindness. Yes, everybody in here does, right? You got a nice community of people. I love it. The giant fans of fun all have giant hearts. And Jen says, I hear a dinosaur. Joasia, well now when we go to Orlando, I have to upload some videos, haha, or go live. Just think of the community you already have at your disposal. Oh wow, they're actually running, are they running both sides today? That's rare. Usually they don't run the side that goes through the Circus McGurkus restaurant. Tyler says, welcome back, Maria. You're right on time to see my Jurassic home. Maria says, I'm back in current time of the stream. Well, welcome back to the future. Or I guess the present. Present makes more sense. Oh, Manny, welcome to current time, Maria. That's right. Maria says, ah, yes, Jurassic Park, one of my favorite film franchises. The original will always be the best. So I've only seen the original Jurassic Park. I never watched any of the other ones. And I went in the movie theater. I don't know that I've ever actually sat and watched it again. I was never a huge, like, big blockbuster popcorn type movie guy. I always liked a little more artsy. I like documentaries. I'd watch a lot of stuff, but yeah, there's just certain things that a lot of people love that I never watched a ton of. And now there's so many Jurassic Parks and Jurassic Worlds. I have no idea what's even going on anymore. I was surprised they were making another one, but I'm sure it'll do great. Joy just says, I can see my home, Hogwarts now, haha. Manny Uncanny, who is Owen? Well, that is Joe Asia's boyfriend. I believe boyfriend, right? I don't think you guys are engaged or married. But correct me if I'm wrong. Joasia, Owen, who has tricked me into some crazy ride, saying, Joe, you'll like it. And I did not. Ha. Magic Adventure says, LOL, Joasia. Joasia, yes, my crazy long email. Manny, LOL. Everyone needs an Owen in their life. That's right. You always need someone lying to you about how crazy a ride is. I am feeling a couple sprinkles here, so once we get off the ride, I'll probably have to get the umbrella back out for the rest of this. Crazy. It was a cool experience, TBG. Big dinosaurs trying to tickle my head all the time. Oh, the meet and greet? Oh, yeah. Or they'll just jump out of the bushes and scare everybody. Ray says, hey friends, yeah, busy working over here, but checking in as I can. Hope everyone's having a fun day. Manny says, it's Taco Tuesday. Guess what I'm making for dinner? That's right, chicken tacos. That sounds so good. I haven't had a good taco in a while. It's one of the things I thought we'd have like great Mexican food when I moved down to Florida, and then I realized it's more Cuban and like Dominican. So like, I'm always looking for a good taco place. Jurassic Park music from my childhood. I got a buddy, he loves Jurassic Park. He's got multiple tattoos. He's got Mr. DNA. He's got a really cool he did like a hybrid of Toy Story and Jurassic Park. So it's the Jurassic Park logo on his arm, but it's Rex from Toy Story as the dinosaur, and then he has the little green aliens as well on there. It's pretty cool. Joy just says, "Oh, yummy, Manny, enjoy." Maria says, "The best dino is by far T-Rex. I'd love that meet and greet." Oh man, talk about freaking kids out. Get like a 40-foot tall T-Rex. So you can see the little trains here. Like I said, it's basically a people mover. 1, 8. Thank you. It is a very strange. They built these trains with these restraints. They're like such a tame ride. Oh. Can't wear a hat either. Our second ride of the day.
All aboard, everybody! Gather all around! This is the special train that copies any sound. It's the echo-maniacal, super reliable, sounding like all day and night Audiomatic Express. It can moo like a cow. It can go moo, moody moo. The trolley train can do it. Hey, how about you? Moo, moody moo. Can you sound like a circus organ? The trolley train can boo. How about you? Can you go boo, boopity, boo? Boopity, boo. Say, how about a walrus? Or the whistling breeze of a flying trapeze? Zoom, zoom, zoom. Is there such a thing as an upside down sound? Listen to this. It goes swim, swim, swim. Are you feeling keen to be the star-on machine? The trolley train goes tappity when sounding all trafficky. How about you? Can you go beep? Honkity honk, beepity beep. When the trolley train goes rolling past, we know how it sounds to go really fast with a swish, swoosh, kablast. Now don't you be last. Make the sound of fast. Swish, swoosh, kablast. Oh, the mighty trolley train makes a loud hullabaloo. It's the sound of fun. Can you make it too? Wee, wee, woohoo! Like a beach ball, the trolley train is going boing, 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 boing. Boom, boom, the trolley train is a wonder. Boom, boom, hear the waves thunder. Oh, listen to this. What an earful of luck. We can hear the sound of old McBean's truck. Bang, bong, chug. Can you make that sound too? Bang, bong, chug, bang, bong, chug. And a sneech farewell to toodaloo, toodaloo. Time for the trolley train to say toodaloo now. How about you? Toodaloo, toodaloo. So goodbye, sneeches. Goodbye all round. We won't forget all the wonderful sounds.
Please remain seated. Keep your hands and feet inside the trolley until you're asked to disembark.
says, don't eat too much like a T-Rex. Manny and Canny, LOL. Manny says, thanks, Joasia. I like to make dinner a couple times a week, give my wife a break. Must be so tasty, Manny, says Joasia. Yeah, I want some chicken tacos now. I missed my taco place back in Des Moines. Got some when I was home in May, but...
Please push down on your lap bar and then pull up.
Ah. Not the easiest car for me to get out of. Crammed in there. And then it's slick. Hope everybody enjoyed the trolley. Definitely an interesting little ride. I like that it goes through the Circus McGurkus restaurant. Like I said, reminds me of the People Mover, how you go in and out of Tomorrowland, you know. And he says, LOL, Tyler, I don't eat that much anymore. Magic Adventures, Manny, you're so sweet. My cook's often here. Croatia, woo, Hogsmeade. Not homemade. And he says, my wife and son like them. That's awesome. I bet they're delicious, Manny. Magic Adventures just says, Thad, that's cream on there would be me. LOL. Oh, that guy was losing his mind on a VelociCoaster earlier, wasn't he? That would definitely be you, Jen. Manny says, thank you, Joasia. I will send you one. I want to open my mailbox and have a chicken taco in there when I get home. They do have the sweet shop they dump you into over here. You can tell this area much less congested than the Harry Potter Hogsmeade area. This shows just how quiet the park is today. Joe just says, yes, please send to Wales, haha. And he says, you got it, Joe. Maria, I like watching the coasters. Thad, can you stream the VelociCoaster or you need the chest rig? So even with the chest mount, you cannot stream VelociCoaster. VelociCoaster, well, I don't think any of the roller coasters here you can stream on, but then there's like between VelociCoaster, Hulk, Rip Ride, Rocket, you actually have to go through a metal detector, so you can't even have any metal or anything. Now, there are people that will record the rides using those like sunglasses that have the video recording capabilities, but I will warn anyone thinking of getting into content creation, that is actually not allowed by Universal, and you could get in trouble. So you will occasionally see some of those videos out there, like Stardust Racers had a couple, but I know my friend that's fairly high up says, oh no, they should not be doing that. And if Universal sees, you could actually get like a ban from the parks. So just be aware of that, anybody. All right, we are gonna hop on Cat in the Hat, and then we're gonna have to wrap up. But we'll get one more ride in here. Hello. And some of the coldest air conditioning in Orlando in this queue. And he says, what time is it there, Joasia? It's nearly 8 p.m. Thanks for dropping Beach Fox Life's channel in the chat there, Manny. I do appreciate that. Just saw that. Joey just says, haha, I was waiting for him outside on Hulk and VelociCoasters. Ah, but I've been on every ride. Okay, every Harry Potter ride. Well, that's good. At least you did all those. And you did Hagrid. Hello. Just one. Thank you. We are all alone here. Thank you. My camera's running out of juice, so we'll wrap up right after this.
Miss Chuck, we looked, and we saw him stepping on the mat. And we looked, and we saw him, the cat in the hat.
Make that cat go away. You do not want to play. He should not be about when your mother is out. Why, we can have lots of good fun if you wish with a game that I call Up with a Fish. Look at me. Look at me. I'm the cat with a cup and a cake on the top of my hat.
This came down too. He fell into a box.
Do I like this? Oh no, I do not. I don't think I'm the wrong. See something new. I saw them thing one and thing two. They are fake. Oh, so fake. They must come here. No, they should not fly kites in a house. They should not. Your mother is here. Go as fast as you can. Think of something to do. You get rid of Oh dear, you did not like our game. What a shame. What? These little balls, you cannot pick it up. It's too much ball. Have no fear of this mess.
Said the cat in the hat.
I always pick up my playthings, and so I will show you another good trick that I know.
Then our mother came in and said to us to.
Did you have any fun? Tell me, what did you do?
Should we tell her about it? Now what should we do? Well, what would you do if your mother asked you?
Please remain seated. Keep your hands and feet inside the vehicle until your laptop opens and you will ask to use your phone.
Okay, I have like 3% on my camera here. I'm trying to throw a battery on quick so we don't just die.
Your laptop opens and you will ask to use your phone.
And we'll go do our goodbye. Thank you. Okay, 1 second here. Do this quick, hopefully. It's got a fuel rod handy, not my big one. Sorry, you're gonna stare at a wall for a second here. Okay. Should at least get us enough juice to get through the next couple minutes. Because before I got on the ride, it was at 10%, we're at 2, so that was real quick. Yeah, I hope you all enjoyed the Cat in the Hat ride. It is a really cute, fun ride. I don't feel like you hear about it too often. But I love the whole Seuss Land. I think they did a great job with it. And like I said, I think people kind of sleep on the Cat in the Hat as a dark ride. I mean, it's always strange because, like I say, you know, I don't think a lot of like families with younger kids come here, so that line's never very long because of that. It is mostly a thrill ride park. And then if you want to know just how good that air conditioning was, my glasses are still fogged up. It has warmed up a little bit here since the rain died down and the sun's out, but still not terrible. Yeah, I hope everybody enjoyed at least doing a couple rides, you know, at least we got to do a couple of the cute ones like E.T., Cat in the Hat. I like the trolley ride. Obviously, I wish I could take you on all the roller coasters over here. You know me. It's going to break my heart because I don't have time to ride VelociCoaster even after I'm done streaming because I got to get home for Ms. Barkley because I-4 traffic's going to start getting nasty in the next 20 or 30 minutes, so I don't want to deal with that. It's part of the reason I was running behind this morning. Yeah. I do love this little detail over here. So over here, next time I'm over here, we'll have to actually walk over there and show it because you can get right up on it. But that's the Sneech Beach. So you see they got little towels, they got a boom box out, there's a sand castle, and then if you look out in the water, there's Sneeches out there swimming, one's floating on his back, and I always laugh. This black bird is always sitting on this guy's stomach. That's a real bird. I swear every time I look out there, that bird's just hanging out there. I love it. I'm sure it's not the same bird all the time, but I like to believe it is, so. All right. Hi. Some people waving at me. They thought they were on camera, but I just put it on myself. All right. I know I'm super behind on the chat. I have been all day, everybody, but I think everybody enjoyed coming over here to Universal today. I hope you all enjoyed Cat in the Hat, the trolley ride, just walking around, hanging out, checking out a different park, a couple different parks than we're used to, you know? Doesn't always have to be Disney all the time, right? There's all these amazing parks down here. So why not head over and check out Universal every once in a while? Yeah. That'll do it for me, guys. I'm Thad, the theme park giant, and as always, thanks for tuning in. Huge thank you to the mods. Manny's been in here most of the day. Thanks, Manny. Neary's been in and out. Magic Adventures Jen's been here. Park Bros was in. Cruising Theme Park Guide Sierra. So huge thank you to all the mods. Couldn't do without you guys. And of course, a huge thank you to all the people in the community. Thanks for being giant fans of fun. It's awesome. Always hanging out with you guys at the parks. Thanks for being in here all the time. Chatting, interacting, subscribing. It all means so much to me. So Thank you so much. Tomorrow, we will actually be over at Hollywood Studios. What the thumbnail was today, we will not be at Universal. So tomorrow, Disney's Hollywood Studios. We'll be back over at Walt Disney World having a giant day of fun again. So I will say goodbye, and as always, get out there and make it a giant day of fun. And now I get to wave and smile like a goofball for 30 seconds or so while I wait for the delay. All right, guys. Thank you so much, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern. Have a great night.
That the theme park giant loves to play. Let's have fun in a giant way. Theme parks full of rides and cheer. We're so glad that you are here. From Magic Kingdom thrills so high to fireworks lighting up the sky. Figment dreams and colors bright. Dole Whip joy in every bite. Sparkle in the night. Tokyo Disney, best you'll see that says that's the park for me. Ice cream's part of every night. Magic makes the world feel right. Food here doesn't count at all. Eat, eat, eat and have a ball. Giant fans from every place, waves and smiles on every face. He ends each dream with one more cheer. Get out there and make it a giant day of fun, so clear. Theme park